1 week FDP on emerging trends in AI-powered cybersecurity. On behalf of BCIIT and the organizing team, I extend our warm welcome to our distinguished resource person and all the participants who are present here. And thank you for making this session so enriching. As we have reached to this concluding day of our 1 week FDP, this FDP or this 1 week of FDP is a journey of learning, collaboration, and intellectual enrichment. Over the past week, we have explored insightful concept, shared valuable experiences, and strengthened our professional competencies. This FDP also marks a great and promising beginning for our college, BCIIT. This year we started with this FDP, and we have set a strong foundation for many more impactful academic and professional initiatives in times ahead. So we feel proud that we initiated this FDP this year as well. Last year also, in last session also, we did a successful FDP, Atal FDP. So we take privilege and we feel proud that we are doing it successfully, and we promise that we'll keep doing such sessions. So without much ado, I take privilege to welcome our honorable resource person of this session, Dr. Anup Girdhar. Sir is highly accomplished cybersecurity expert, cybercrime investigator, academician, author, and technology leader with over 30 plus years of professional experience in cybersecurity, cyber forensics, and information technology. He is the CEO and founder of Sedulity Solutions and Technologies, and he serves as an editor-in-chief of Cyber Times newspaper and the Cyber Times International Journal of Technology and Management. He has made significant contributions to research, education, law enforcement, and industry. Dr. Girdhar has been granted international patents, including a notable Australian patent on obstacle detection framework using data mining, and has multiple patents applied in areas such as operating systems, mobile security, and digital media systems. An internationally recognized trainer and consultant, he has delivered cybersecurity and web architecture trainings across countries including Singapore, South Africa, Nigeria, Philippines, UAE, USA, UK, Australia, and Canada, and has worked extensively with EC Council, IGNU, and various global institutions. He has trained thousands of professionals, students, and senior officers from law enforcement agencies such as CBI, CID, ATS, BSF, NSG, DRDO, Indian Army, CERTIN, and Delhi Police. Dr. Girdhar is a research guide for PhD and MTech students with numerous degrees awarded under his guidance. He has published 75 plus research papers, 50 plus technical articles, authored multiple academic and professional books, and delivered 200 plus talks at national and international conferences. His work and expertise has been widely featured in leading newspapers and television channels. His core areas of specialization include cybersecurity, cybercrime investigation, cyber forensics, mobile and cloud security, OSINT, AI and machine learning, secure web development, Linux administration, and cyber laws. Dr. Girdhar continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening cybersecurity awareness, policy, education, and digital safety at both national and international levels. So we feel privileged to have you on board with us. So on the behalf of BCIT, the organizing team and participants, I request you to please begin your session.
Thank you, Dr. Shobna, and it's indeed a pleasure to be a part of a wonderful audience, and thank you for inviting me. I remember it's been so long. I connected with the Banarsidas Chandiwala at the time once Professor Chaturvedi was the director of BCIIT. So it's been long back. and I visited your campus and delivered a session. And then we had a great interaction with the Professor Chaudhary at that time. And I remember, means it's been so long. If you, I don't know, you remember that and you were there at that time or not, but it was a
No, sir,
really
I was
great.
not. I was
Yeah.
not there, but I have heard
Acha,
these
okay.
stories, and I know that we have a long time synergy, sir.
Okay, okay, great. So thank you for the kind invitation. And the topic which you have selected is really wonderful. And I was just going through with the topics, like especially you have selected next future generation issues, and the Gen AI with cybersecurity, because that is the area which is actually missing. For all the scholars, professors, I think I'll share a lot of practicals for them. Today I have some practicals, so I'll share some practicals which I covered in various FDPs also. And the major areas, especially if you talk about in terms of security, is again about to come, and we are about to get into the next generational issues and the real time scenario about cybersecurity. So I'll talk on that ground. Luckily, I am the person where I have seen, it's been almost 30 years. So I have seen the time of cybersecurity where the 8-inch floppies were there. I don't know how many of you really have seen that 8-inch floppies. Then 5 1 by 4 inch floppies, and then 3.5 inch floppies came across. I really worked on tape drives, and I really worked on 8086, 80286. I built a server 80 on 80286. I built a one on Unix, deployed SCO Unix for Indian Army, and I built a portal for Indian Army at that time, 1994, if I am not wrong. That was a time where I built a one portal for them. That was today you talk about the concepts called cups services, a common Unix printing services. So I built a centralized printing server for Indian Army on 286 computer. So I think you can remember from that time I'm into it, and I am the person who really work on the various different operating systems. So I worked on novel NetWare, I worked on Unix, obviously Linux, all various versions. Then MS DOS. I don't know how many of you really worked on DOS. Today you are working on CMD accordingly, but I really worked on that DOS platform. It was a wonderful platform, and I actually, did a reverse engineering on that operating system. So how to get into it, and did various activities for some one of the educational institution where people used to delete the files. So there was a del command, so del space file name, and I converted that command to lead, so nobody can able to delete. And at that time Pascal programming was there, and we prepared a one police siren. And I renamed that file to del.exe. So anybody who do del, then there would be a one from PC speaker, then there would be a one a siren of police siren, something like that. So that time, and today we are in the generation where from IT perspective, if I'll talk about, so in India, year 2000, India got a IT Act. Amendment came in the year of 2008. A lot of regulations also being introduced, and various other acts also introduced, like in 2023. Actually, our legal system got the the freedom. We got a freedom in 1947, but actually our legal system got a freedom. That was a if I'm not wrong, 1860s IPC, Indian Penal Code, that was designed in 1860, and that was actually being deprecated finally in 2023, along with various acts with which might you heard about, this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, Bharatiya Nyaya Suraksha Sanhita, and one most important act, that is Bharatiya Sakshar Adhiniyam, that is the replacement of Indian Evidence Act. So in 2023, I would say our Indian legislative systems, our legal systems got a freedom, right, from that previous acts and previous processes. Because today we are talking in the terms of digital era. We are on AI. We are talking about various different types of technologies. We are on, especially on various different grounds where we are supposed to talk about what is generative AI, and we are talking on, say, today we have the FDP on that particular regard. Because I remember I was in Banarsidas college, and in your campus on your seminar hall, I have shown that how we can hack a mobile phone. And that time, I think new Androids were introduced. That was one of the time. And that was like the way these mobiles are still compromised. So I have shown that practical, that by using some SMS, without using anyone's mobile. I'm not going to touch your mobile, but I have shown that practicals also, that just by knowing your mobile number, see, anyone can misuse your number by using third party apps. And those apps were nothing like kind of a VPN sort of. And there is a parameter in the mobile calling systems, and that parameter is like display number or display name, which we generally used to change. And you actually receive the call from your known one. And that's what, like, I have shown us some practicals in at that time. I think similar kind of uh, this presentation is available with ZTV. If you just search my name with the ZTV, so probably you will get long back. But on ZTV, you might find on Google or on YouTube somewhere, where I have demonstrated that how I make a call from 100 number, that was earlier police number 100, and police is going to call you on your number, and where actually I was calling. So the way of spoofing, how it works, this is like the various different type of vulnerable parameters. And really you work with the protocols. So think about the various different level of protocols where you can exploit, you can get into it, and you can find a really real good vulnerabilities and exploits available, payloads available for certain attacks. And just because of those attacks, I think you can implement something fishy, something presentable at least. So there are many such kind of activities were available. But in today's scenario, the concept has completely, drastically changed. We are today working with ultra dense, kind of data traffics. We are talking about big data. We are talking about blockchains. We are talking about AI, obviously, and how AI is actually augmenting your existence of the content. And especially, where is the security all about? How we can talk about like real-time traffics. We are talking about IoTs. We are talking about various new technologies, and those previous technologies being deprecated, because this is technology. And I think every after 3 months, in fact, you will get a new version of the products. New softwares are there with their patches, or their versions are available. So think about the level of securities need to be maintained, the level of threats on the existing technologies which has to be maintained. So remember, this topic being selected by the authorities are really commendable, because AI will sustain for another 10 good years, and cybersecurity always sustain for another 10 years. Right. So these are the two major topics which always sustain. So all the professors, in fact, if they have their scholars also connected, at least they can also understand, and they can also explore a lot of new technologies, a lot of new areas. And then I think they can decide what are the real time challenges. In fact, for the futuristic problems, I would love to talk about on quantum computing, and how quantum will take you with AI with cybersecurity. So that is a futuristic model, like people are talking about, let's exploit, let's go and get into more into the depth. It was a time where we used to talk only about CPUs, and the gamers only work with GPUs. But then we got to know that GPUs are also used, and we can use it as a separate processing units for faster processing and high complex processing. We try to get into with the various resources, and hope you heard about blockchain mining was one of the concept where GPUs being utilized a lot. So another kind of application being introduced. Let's go and get into blockchain minings, or Bitcoin minings, or various other cryptocurrency minings. So that was a concept came across. And I remember, if you really go to this in India, especially in Delhi, there is a place called Nehru Place. If you really go over there, so I means whenever I've got a free time, I love to go to Nehru Place, actually, just to identify what the things are going on. So have you heard about, there are some variety of processors are available, just to think about how you can work on generative AI model. So Gen AI, if you're really thinking about generative AI, and you want, let me create my model of, I hope you all are aware of basics of what is AI. Otherwise, I'll just quickly go with some couple of slides, and I'll just share the things with all of you. Don't worry. But now the thing is, uh, if I want to make a one AI lab, generally we have some associations with various academic institutions and some organizations where we prepared a center of excellence for AI and cybersecurity, right, with cyber forensics. So there, BTech, MTech, PhD students are doing some research over there and doing a lot of activities, and coming up with the new patents, research works, and various other things. Right. So this is how, like, we are working with academic. The main and important part is, like, if you really think about a generative AI, how to process, what to process. Today we all are working on a data era. Means, you take a words today, if I'll give you a 20 kg gold, a hard tangible gold on a one table, and on a other table, if I'll give you a one single pen drive, where that suppose pen drive is carrying a Aadhaar card data, or any specific religious data, community data, some academicians data, right? If we'll talk about that specific level of data which carried in those pen drives, what would you like to take? You like to go with a 20 kg gold, which is actually wearing these days, or you really want to go with the pen drive which carries some data? So if you're an IT professional, take my words, you love to go with those pen drives, because that intangible word will take you to, you know, infinite, I would say, infinite thinking, if you have a good ideas, and you're playing with the data. If you know how to play with the data, how you can go with the business analytics, how you can take it into a different business applications, and how you can means earn like anything you can't even predict. That 20 kg gold, probably one income tax department would be behind you. But if you have a data and sitting on one laptop and doing something, that is all intangible. And we got new cases, new research based on that particular part. So everybody is greedy about data. Everybody is going to hack your data. Even you want to see, I generally start my sessions with saying, like, stop using all whatever the activities you are doing. In India, we really want the concept of make in India, digital India, and the data set must be in India. I don't know whether you heard that part or not, but there is a DPDP Act, which is a Digital Personal Data Protection 2023. And do you know what is the penalty being imposed by Government of India? Anybody heard about that penalty? That is 250 crores. If your data being compromised, and if you are not able to secure the data of your customers or your belongings, or if you are talking about and your data being shared in other countries, so take my words, the penalty is being imposed up to 250 crores. So think about the sensitivity of the data. And in generative AI, especially if you really get into a Gen AI models, then the data is also being created, could be a fake or tampered data. That's a different case altogether. But if we'll get a genuine data, I hope you must be working with Kaggle. So you find some data set and you can process your research work through that. Take my word, that is just even it that data was also a generative data by any of the Gen AI chat portals. You can even go and generate that data set. That is not a big deal. So concern is if you really have authentic data, because the core technology of AI always says you must have accurate data. If your data is not accurate, take my words, your model would be completely disaster. So we want the level of authenticity of the data, which is the primarily goal of Gen AI. What is your data? Where is your data? And from where you collected that data? What is the population size of your data? What is the sample size of your data? So if you're not going to talk on these grounds, take my words, it would be really difficult for all of you to manage and to understand what is your data, and your model won't be the successful model. So can we create some model, something like where we can take it to the extent up to certain level, and let us create the versions of those models, right? We are supposed to create the models by using some machine learning models and using some algorithms, and based on that, can we compile those programs and build some certain level of programs, so that you have a one proper model, generative models. And let me introduce those models into the industry. Today, I hope you heard about various predefined models are available, like Olama and various other. I think if I am not wrong, I was on one of the site. I have seen more than 220 plus models are available, and you can simply go and download, where the size of each model goes to around I think starting from 5 GB till in fact 1 TB or 2 TB, something like that. So the size of the model has already been increased. So now AI is rising in their process. Cybersecurity is another level of challenge, because where is my data, and we want to secure our systems, and we don't want any kind of hacking attempt. We want to secure it at our end. And on security side, on the specifically on the security side, how you can implement, what is the criteria of implementation, what is the security process. So don't worry, I'm talking all about whatever I'm talking, I'll show you some practicals on that, right? So the concern, if we'll talk about the real concern in case of Gen AI, is like we are going to create a model, and the model, the data set which you are taking must be with high accuracy. If the accuracy means, take it like a building which you are going to build a building, and if the base of concrete is say 10 mm or 5 mm or 1 mm tilted, take it like a one huge building would be a completely with almost 15 to 20-degree tilted. It is just like that. Your data accuracy must be very high if you are really going to talk about in terms of security and all, right? So what is Gen AI? How to cater Gen AI? What is the significant role of Gen AI in cybersecurity? So we are going to talk more on that. I'll show you certain practicals where your data being compromised by even Google, or by various other resources. And then I will take you to the next generational AI model, where we'll try to incorporate how cyber forensics, cyber security models being incorporated by writing your Python codes. So I'll take you even to that level. So I have some prototypes which I have designed. So I'll take you into those practicals, and then you can understand what are these type of challenges all about, where my data is going, how the people used to collect the data, and what they will do with that data. We'll talk on that. And what is the Gen AI model, let's say with Google, and why not with other top tech giants companies. So what they guys are doing, let me quickly share my screen to all of you with the Uh, give me a minute. Yep, I think I have one PPT also. So probably you can see the PPT now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So my PPT is now visible to all. Wonderful. Okay, perfect. So what is Gen AI? And again, I have one more session for futuristic issues with Gen AI. So I will take you to even to the quantum part and new concepts of that particular regard. What is this all about? What is Gen AI? Right. What is the way, what is the evolution of the AI in the cybersecurity? So you probably started with the concepts of rule-based, then you get into the machine learning, then probably you get into the deep learning process, and finally from deep learning you are coming to the Gen AI model. There are various different ways, like can we compare it with the predictive AI or Gen AI? So we are going to talk more on that, and why Gen AI is a paradigm shift in the cyber defense system. So let me correlate Gen AI with the cybersecurity and the current adoption trends with the cybersecurity. So that is the area where I'm supposed to talk, and I'll share the things to all of you on that. Let me start with what is Gen AI. Try and understand. So generally, if we'll talk about generative AI, it's a kind of a class of machine learning models that basically learn to you can say join the probability of the distributions of the data. Now, where the data has been distributed, where is the size of the data? Think on that level. And basically, it is capable for generating the novel or high dimensional output that could be statistically or semantically, consistent with the observed data sets. So where is data set? Okay, I'll give you one example. I was at with one of the conference recently. I was in one of the conference, and I found one this one CIFO, that is a cyber information security officer, CISO was there, and he was working with one of the electrical company, very renowned electrical company in India. And I believe you must be having some products, some electrical appliances at your home of those companies. So very renowned company. I'll not take the name of the company, but the concern was they also get into the IoTs, and today the generation is of IoT. And you must have seen, in case of IoT, you have have you seen mopping your floors, or you're managing your ovens, you're managing your ACs, managing your doors through mobile apps, or even you have a IP cameras, you have a NVR, that is network video recorders. You might have a smart TVs, you might have a smart watches. So today we are equipped with the gadgets. Means it was a time where people used to go to cyber cafe, right? And today, just go and check at your home. You are already running a cyber cafe at your home. You will find 8 to 10, at least 8 to 10 different devices in your premises. Generally, I'm talking about. So the concern is, if 8 to 10 devices are there, so obviously we need a good bandwidth accordingly, and you are actually generating a data. And that data is to be managed by third party apps. So it means what they did, this decided to prepare a one proper VPNs in their networks, in your networks, right? And your internet services and your private network is a part of it, and they have a one kind of a hub, a centralized hub, which is actually going to access the data from your LAN with all the network resources, converted their data, whatever the level of data they want, they generate that level of data in their device, pick that device, because they themselves are using some VPNs on the back end. So they collect whatever the data they want and they share that data to their servers. And through those servers, you as an mobile owner, or your some apps where you registered your device got some options, and you are giving certain instructions through your options in your mobile device or some remote gadgets. And through internet, so that is why it is IoTs, that was actually connected, and you are going to access your devices. Don't you think so? This is vulnerable part. Don't you think so? What is VPN? I would love to talk to all of you about VPN, and I'll share one of my research, uh, 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 one thesis of my one of the scholar, where I guided, and I was a main guide. I was a core guide, and now that she got awarded with PhD. Thesis is available on Shodh Ganga. You can go and download that thesis, and for your reference you will see we worked on the real-time vulnerabilities and mitigation policies, where we actually proposed a new protocol to identify or to bypass, even to identify and to bypass the VPNs, and to trace those VPNs which you are generally using. Take my words, there are false positive results generated by Google many times, and even these generative AIs, they also generate a lot of false positive results, and these results are really really dangerous. In fact, I hope you remember the day that chat GPT was introduced globally, right? Before that, their alpha beta testing says that they have a 98% accuracy, and the day it was introduced, publicly announced and publicly introduced, and people started working on it, that accuracy was reduced up to 2%. That was internal statistics at their end. Then they start thinking about augmentation, then observation of the data set, then they try to increase the level of accuracy, because then the variety of things comes across, right? A variety of content comes across, then the level of data being compromised, and then accuracy being compromised, and dips even up to 2%. So can we increase that level of accuracy? For that, your data accuracy must be very very high. So that is a very basic formula, especially if you are in the Gen AI. So why I'm talking about that case, that company, that CISO, that person said today we are on the fear factor, because can you imagine how much data they are generating? Their IoTs in pan India, only in India, in pan India, they distributed their IoT devices, all electrical appliances I'm talking about, and they generate 9.2 petabytes per day. So it's not in GB, it is not in TB, it is in petabytes. They generate 9.2 petabytes as an average data generated by one of the electrical company in India through IoTs, and they are supposed to handle the. So today their challenge is where to store and how to manage. Even they do not have the that level of place. Have you heard about any hard drive which is of petabytes? Did you ever heard about? I hope you are working on 1 TB, 2 TB, probably you heard about 4 TB, 8 TB. Is that anything more than that? Then you need actually RAID architecture, or you talk about NAS drives, multiple drives in RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 5, RAID 10, right? So you generally talk about that particular architecture, or you might heard about the SAN network. Yes, Vikrant, you are right. Job Byte is the latest one. I really appreciate if you are really aware of these kind of things. So my concern is how you will manage a petabytes of data. So it means think about the SAN network, that is a storage area networks, need to be incorporated on a multiple locations with the trays of hard drives being occupied in their data center. But now the problem is it is 9.2 petabytes per day. So finally they decided we will not save the data. Right, they'll say will not save the data. But what is their challenge? The challenge is how you will manage then real-time data and what is the relevant information out of it, because that might be carrying a lot of garbage or a lot of other parametric values which are not in use, but actually the devices are generating those variables. So those parametric values are there, it generates the values, it correlates with those values, and probably today they are not good to go for it for their business analytics, for their personal use. They only pick certain parameters and they talk about a real-time data handling model. So today's challenge is how you will handle a real-time data. If you will get a 9.2 petabytes, come on, leave 9.2 petabytes in your organization, in your university or colleges. Please go and check today. If I'll give you the student where you might have a strength of 2000 to 5000 or 10,000 students in your campus, and they all have the internet services, they have some user ID and all to access your internet services of your college, right? Can we cater that data? You know how to cater such data? Probably you can go on the network side and deploy one sniffers like Wireshark. I hope you heard about Wireshark. Please let me know if you want any demo for that. I will show you. I think I have one Wireshark. Otherwise, it's a very common product. It's not a new product where you can able to capture all the data packets from the entire network. Then even you can build TBs of data per day. And on that TBs of data, first, how you will store the data, that could be one of the challenge. Second, what is the format of the data? That could be another level of challenge. Then the third level of challenge is how you can identify where is that data all about, how you will sort, or you go for a data normalization, data sorting, data transformation, and various other type of challenges you think about. Because finally for AI, you want your data, and data is to be normalized, labeled like supervised or unsupervised data according to the machine learning model. So we generally talk on those grounds. You prepare that data set in that particular format or trying to analyze. Actually it is a corpus. To be very honest, it is completely take it unstructured data. Because think about your multiple devices are generating a data, so you want their device ID, you want their other parameters where you need to incorporate and keep that data somewhere. So even you can also generate the data by using, as I said, Wireshark and all, and find how many protocols, thousands of protocols are there, applications which are generating some data. Why don't you try at your home also? Because you never know your IoTs are generating what type of data, what are their protocols, what are the level of packets, can we analyze those packets, can we find the parameters of those protocols. It is all available in Wireshark. If you never worked on the protocol level, please take my words, you go and explore that protocols, you will learn like anything. You'll get the real-time data. So any type of protocol, if you're working on it. And do you know, IoTs are generally generating using one of the protocol called MQTT. I hope you heard about that MQTT protocol. MQTT protocol actually have only 2 bytes of header. So we generally used to call it as a headerless protocol. Or you please identify the another level. I think so. I'm talking about research side, right? And so I think would be better for all of us. We will call it as a headerless protocol. So 2 bytes only for the header and 15 bytes for data packet. Total 17 bytes generated by MQTT kind of protocols in IoT. And then they have 9.2 petabytes of data. They are not generating big text files or log files. Logs are different on the server side. So think about one IoT is generating a very small data packet. Probably it is being generated from your mobiles, from your watches, from your television, smart TVs, all such devices. So think about the size of the packets what is the size of the packet, and how you can control that packet, what are their parameters, what are their values. And if we can able to extract that information out of it, then you realize, okay, what is the challenge? Then you realize what is the information being leaked out. What is the challenge? Even though your data, your packets are more under secure tunnel by using SSL or TLS level security, still, what type of information being broadcasted? What are your public keys? Even if I'll able to access your public keys by HTTPS and all, I'll able to get what type of algorithms you are using in cryptography, which RSA you are using. You are using SHA 256 RSA, you are using AES algorithms, what type of algorithms you are using. It is completely mentioned on those packets, and we can extract those packets. And obviously then you got a complex algorithms you require to handle such kind of data, because you are looking for the security, you're looking for the forensics, even metadata investigations. We are talking about that kind of things, how you will manage all these things where you have a flood of data now. So there is a flood of data. So real-time data handling would be one of the biggest problem, where you are on Gen AI. So generative AI is generating the data by their own. I hope you heard about Sophia as a product of 4.5 inch one, shaped like a girl, right? And today, how your brain is working. Did you ever try to understand? You know what is how AI comes up into the picture? It is just like a mimic model of a human psychology, human brain. You have we call it as a conscious brain and subconscious brain, right? So how these two minds are working, conscious mind or subconscious mind? What is the culture of this in neurology, if you'll talk about? So you have a conscious brain. Today you are listening to me, so this data, this information being generated and going to your conscious brain. But any particular part which is actually relevant to you, and you have actually explored a lot, and if you got a something important and you are really seriously working on that, and you note down on your copy or somewhere at the same time, if you are attending my session, that time your data being might be transferring from your conscious brain to subconscious brain. And take my words, the outcome of these FDPs are from the subconscious brain, not from the conscious brain. So where is your conscious and where is your subconscious brain? It means our brain also do the same thing. They also remove the garbage data set from the brain, and you actually forget. This is what we say, Are yaad nahi hai. We forget that part. And today you are talking about only that specific part where you have an area of interest, area of curiosity, or your area of research. So that's what so either you learn, you remember if it is area of interest, or if it is forcefully being deployed and multiple times you have processed by your own, by your hand, you did a lot of exercises, and you will be more perfect into it. So that means your data goes to a subconscious brain. Same thing is happening in the AI, generative AI. Today, that's Sophia. I hope you remember Sophia gave the MBA exam without any knowledge, without any data set. And they got, I think, 56% or something. They passed out 56-60%, something like that was one of the news of about Sophia. So think about today, if I'll ask you, who was the fifth president of, let's say, Sri Lanka? You will say, sir, why you are asking me this question? Anna, what is the relevance of this question? So it means you are not going to answer me for this. So think about why, because that information is not at all relevant or plays in your subconscious brain. You cannot able to recall such information out of it, right? If I'll ask you any anonymous question, but if I'll ask you today, what is ABCD? Can you rhyme that ABCD? I think after spending your age group, probably starting from 20s to 40s or 50s, or probably more than that, people are there. They even rhymes very easily. Why you can rhyme easily? Because you learned ABCD at the age of, once you were infant. Even in your family, your parents might taught you what is ABCD, because A for apple, But if I'll give a information now today to your model, your AI model, that now A for, it's not apple, it's like A for ball, A for ball. If you will say that word A for ball, you always remember that called A for ball. So what are the false positives? So it means you are going to compare it with that. So deep neural networks come at this stage, and these deep neural networks, from rule based, we finally shifted to some deep neural networks, and we talk about deep learning models and making that model more accurate. Otherwise, you always say B, A for ball, but the right answer is A for apple, as you always say. Why? Because you remember that image, and that image is there in your subconscious brain at that time where your memory was quite blank. How many of your mobile phones are fully occupied and you still don't, you exhausted your memories in your mobiles or even in your Gmail IDs and all, and still you are using it? Take my words, that could be a big challenge. Big challenge. You have to think about how to mitigate these kind of problems. You have to think about how you will handle that data, because that data is not good for you, but that data is actually, you want to save it. Reason, you have never tried to sanitize, or you have never tried to normalize your data. So please try to normalize data or convert your data or transform your data, and take my words, release your memories. Otherwise, you will be in trouble very soon, because that data is to be accessed by the AI models, and any new model want our data, and you will automatically going to give them a 15 GB like from your Gmail, which is almost exhausted, and they'll cater from that. And even you have a 256 GB approximately in your phone, 128, 256, or probably 128 GB from your mobile phones. So take it like that. You are the best resource to collect the data. And if I'll get that data from your operating systems, from your computers, take my words, the another correlation where I am personally working on it. I don't know you heard that or not. We are the India's first company. We designed the Indian operating system, and I filed patent in 2011. My system from where I'm working, that is also a Sedulity operating system. That is the name of my company. Right. So we designed that operating system in and filed patent in 2000. We started long back, in fact. Right. So think about, so I know what is a kernel level security. I already taught to many DRDO scientists. Today, luckily 6+ scientists working in DRDO were my student, who took at least 1 to 2 years of complete training with us, and 15+ scientists working in certain. I was in one of the conference, I found 15+ scientists working in certain were luckily my student. And certain is one of the area, that is a computer emergency response team. That is a nodal agency designed in IT Act 2000 for Indian security systems and Indian defense, post defense systems designed by Government of India. And today 15+ scientists working over there were my students. So I personally love to introduce myself that in a very short, I produce scientists for Government of India. So this is the way how we people are working, and what type of data we, or how we generate some information for our country. So what is the defensive systems? Think about deep learning, how deep learning is going to get into it. And from deep learning, now you got a data. Now, as I said, you have a brain set, data set. But if I'll ask you a fifth president of Sri Lanka or fifth presidents of any other country, what you will do? Because that data set is not in your subconscious brain, you want some third party resources. Now, if I'll give you the way, okay, I'll ask you any random question, any random, but for that, you have the feature to access internet. Then you will be quite confident, and everybody will raise the hands that now you ask me anything, I'll answer it. Am I sure? You'll work like this. Reason. What is the core reason? The reason is now you got a resource. You got a other third party resources. So it means if I'll give a internet services to my IoTs, if I'll give a internet services to my data set, if I'll give a internet services to my operating system, if I'll give a internet services to my apps, mobile apps, third party apps, you can't predict what would be a challenge for all of you. These services will gonna access each and everything. How many of you are on Truecaller? I'll talk very general also. If you are on Truecaller, I don't know, you are using it for just to check the anonymous numbers who are calling for all of you, right? But take my words, no, not at all. You are not only using it for this particular part, but actually Truecaller is doing a continuous real-time monitoring on you, on your and as you have already given the permissions of SMS services, so they'll access your SMS. That means they also know when you make some payments, what are their OTPs, and even they can access and they know where you have your bank accounts, and wherever you have your bank accounts and how much balance is there in your bank account. So already you're sharing your banking details, you're sharing your financial details, you're sharing your insurance details, you're sharing your medical history, medical details, you're sharing each and everything, whatever the way you buy, what you buy, each information being catered out of it. And based on that, on which particular part, which type of information or which type of resources being catered, how frequently you catered, this type of behavior being analyzed by these third-party apps, even Truecaller. And do you know why I don't know why you are using that Truecaller, because you actually give the permissions from your phone for a mic, so they might be listening to you as a spy device. They might be capturing your pictures. You have given a camera permission also from your phone to Truecaller. What is the purpose of camera permission given to a Truecaller? Because your purpose was to know which unknown number is calling to you, so that you will get the status and you can decide. I don't know why you hire an agent like a Truecaller. It could be a AI agent today. You hired an AI agent in your mobiles to decide whether I will accept this call or I'll deny this call. And if it is red, you generally deny, right? If it is green or somewhere, you will decide, okay, whatever it is, or any anonymous name, then you feel, okay, let me try to pick and all, and you are confused. In other words, this is human hacking. This is rusting of your brains. Take my words. This is what being decided by other countries, and they are leading to India. I don't know why, being we are presently, I think 238 people are there in this one of the uh, session. And the irony of our country is we don't have any good platform, Indian platform, where at least we have a C2C model, like all consumer can able to communicate to other consumers or customers to customers. Why not we'll talk about like social media, like even WhatsApp, or why we are, all the applications are derived from US, generally hardware derived from China. Already we have initiated in India, but still from China. And these both countries are basically trying to extract each and every information from Indian resource, because we are the best information generator for them, and they are making their AI model, generative AI model, more accurate on us. They are working on us. So we feed AI. I means we are have one of the big stakeholders throughout the world. India is a big stakeholder who generate the data, who will not manage or calculate or statistically, or we don't have that kind of model till date, right? We don't have any cryptocurrency sort of till date, although banking system started working blockchains on their backend, although legal system already started a blockchain on on their backend to save their data, so it is not on one server, that is has already been on the distributed architecture. So please take my word, that has already been implemented on the backend. Technology is correct, but still in India we are lacking with these common problems. And that's irony that we are not supporting Indian products, and we are not trusting on Indian products. But in DPDP Act, now you have to trust it. Your data must be in India. So start thinking from that perspective, and many doors will be open for all of you about handling the data, managing the data, real-time data. So could be the next level challenges. I quickly take you to the core technologies, and Yeah. So let's talk about some core technologies about which are the relevant of cybersecurity. LLMs, large language models. How many of you really work on GAN model, Generative Adversarial Network? A wonderful process. I think I have one experiment to show you. I tried to work some generative adversarial networks for forensics purpose. I wrote some prototype for that. Let me find if I'll get it. I'll quickly show to all of you. Practically, I'll show you all these things, right? So I have a generative AI model and again, that is like a adversarial network. So think about always creating data set in the positive way, one directional or unidirectional, I would say is really dangerous because we have to think of from the adversarial network process. We think about something irrelevant. Can you create something irrelevant? Or can you make okay, I'll show you one experiment that if any image generated by AI, is it a deepfake image, deepfake analysis? How you can go for a deepfake analysis today? I think everybody is facing this major problem about deepfake. A lot of videos being generated for some celebrities, for some politicians, and daily on a daily you scroll those reels, na. Even now you are also going to identify, "Arre, this is how it has happened, yeah, how it is possible that horses or some donkey is driving a mobile or driving a bike or whatever." So that is all AI application or AI videos and all. So deepfakes are there, but now deepfake is like if we'll cater your image, if we'll able to identify some from social media with different angles, they'll collect that data, and based on that, if we can able to record your voice. I already wrote a book on conversational AI, and that has been used by these BTech MTech girls in IGTTU in Kashmiri Gate. We have one college, so I take care for conversational AI for them, and we wrote some content for them. So we created offline a model where we created a template of the voice, your voice, and your voice is you just give any text, and that text is to be processed by those voices and by your own voice. So your voice would be acting like a template. And there are many third-party applications available. Some websites are available by which you can do it very easily. But they will keep your data with them, and you are paying for that also. What I want offline LLM models, offline GAN model. So I will create one offline GAN model. Shall I show you something, like if you really interested to see all these things practically? And then even we have various other models like diffusion models. We'll talk about autoencoders and with deep neural networks and some classifications and all. We use some autoencoders or variational encoders. VAE is a next level. You must heard about reinforcement learning for human feedbacks. That is what like being committed from your comments, your feedbacks, and can we apply means. I really appreciate. I hope you are talking about some feedback on this chat group. Somebody was talking about like we'll get some feedback link and all that. The day you will get those feedbacks, based on that feedback, can we apply some reinforcement learning applications on that data, so that you will understand the psychology of the person, and the purpose is to identify what is the how consciously the person listens to those sessions, and they attended those sessions, and what are their technical feedbacks, or is it a general feedback, or is it like something important? So even we can go and get into that level, and we can understand the the level of the knowledge of that person based on those feedbacks. Can we able to analyze these kind of things by using reinforcement learning? Think about that, because again, we are also creating a data. I think that data is being generated by for the feedback purpose and all. So think about that particular perspective. Multimodal Gen AI, that is like in the form of text. It could be a log, it could be a traffic, network traffic, it could be many multiple images being generated from that particular perspective. So quickly, let me share and start working. Where is my data? What type of data is all about? How even GAN will help you in that particular part. I want to show you practicals. Let's start with the practical. You really want to see some practicals rather than I'll just speak. Okay. So I hope you have a lot of architecture. I'll share this PPT and don't worry, I think you will get all these things where we have the threat detection model by anomaly detection techniques. So isolation forest algorithms used generally for anomaly detection and various other algorithms, obviously. But can we have some practical demonstrations for this kind of thing? So would be really helpful for all of you. We'll talk about behavior profiling of the user. As I said right away, if you have a feedback from that, can we identify the behavior or the level of means if there is a feedback, there is a way like any person will talk about some specific topics. So what is the reverse model or how can you identify the behavior or their profile of the person and their experience of that person talking about that particular topic, right, in the entire feedback model. And on that basis, can we categorize the people or the audience and their behavior while attending that system or not? So there you will find a unique model feedback system generated for your college, for your universities, and for various other aspects. Even you can take it for the research purpose in case if you are interested for. So detections of zero-day attacks, you go for a malware pattern generation. So I have malware pattern also. I should talk about what is zero day. Anybody heard about zero day? Zero day is like take my words. Whatever the security products and equipments are available. Let's say we'll talk about firewalls. We'll talk about IDS, intrusion detection systems. We'll talk about one more word called intrusion prevention systems. Okay, I'll ask you quickly, and I think you can answer. Yes, real-time attack, Shriramji. That's correct. Perfectly fine. So I'll ask you one good thing, and then I believe you can more correlate the things. My concern is if there is a virus attacking to your network or your systems, is it possible that firewall can able to identify your virus or any malware and mitigate it? Is it possible to identify the virus or a malware by your firewalls? My question. So you can answer in yes or no or any other topic. So is it possible that firewall can able to identify and control your malwares or like viruses? Anyone? Anyone? Yes or no? Is it possible? Great. Great, Muthu Lakshmi Devrajji. So that's perfect answer. One of the answers like no. I have seen. Okay, great. Answer is again no by Rajendra Prasad ji. Thank you. So my concern is really you can able to manage to identify the viruses, malwares from your firewalls. It monitors only. Not monitors only. Okay, I'll just answer Muthu Lakshmi ji. It not only monitors. For monitoring, we have a different techniques altogether. I'm talking about firewall. What is the real purpose of the firewall? For security, for defensive systems, we always talk about firewalls, right? So what is actually firewall? What is real purpose of the firewall? And Is it possible if you can monitor on the network? So can firewall monitor malware, some virus? Is that like, okay, this is a virus they monitored and they identified? Is it possible? So I think people are in little in confusions and all. No authentications. Okay, the protects to protect the system resources. Very general authorization. For authorization, do you know we have a different protocols and different servers? Muthu Lakshmi ji, we have a LDAP servers, lightweight directory access protocols for authentication and authorization. So we never try to talk about authentication authorization by firewalls. So if you really talk about the security perspectives, right, we have a separate servers. Even I'm talking about from a high end data sets like Google, Facebook, they always have a authentication server, separate authentication server that not to be taken care by the firewalls. So authentication is always with the LDAP protocol. You can note down or you can identify, just go and check at your end, LDAP, that is lightweight directory access protocols. So we have to build those servers. Even in Windows, you have a Active Directory. In Windows servers, Active Directory, that also use LDAP server. That's a LDAP protocol. In Linux also, we have an open LDAP protocol, which actually handle all these things. Okay, to protect the network, Amolji, to protect the network and don't access the unauthorized users to access network. Again, you are talking about authentication, authorizations and all. See, actually, in terms of cybersecurity, we are not at all sure what we are talking all about. I have seen this is the gap in the academia. I connected with academia and corporate, and everybody have a different, scenarios. We talk about all the topics, but we'll take it very generalized because we are not we are not sure that what is the purpose of that product. So first, I think we should, whenever we are into the core cybersecurity, please try and first of all figure out what is the real purpose of that product or that protocol or that particular purpose. Afterwards, we are adding features into it. It's a hybrid technologies these days. So adding feature doesn't mean it is a core technology. No, it is a optional technology. But what is the purpose of that technology? That is very much important. So all the faculties, I really, suggest to everybody, first you try to understand the purpose of that. If already there is a firewall, then why not we have a antiviruses, we have anti-trojans, we have anti-rootkits, we have anti-malwares. So to handle the malwares, you have anti-malwares. For virus, you have antivirus. But then what is the purpose of firewall? And what all the new technologies, new words which we are using, like identification, there is a separate concept called IDS, intrusion detection systems. That intrusion detection system is different. Firewall is different. Intrusion prevention system is different, right? Malware handling is different. Authentication authorization is different. So think about all the various different resources which are working. And for that, we have a different purpose. Today at your home, is it a Wi-Fi router, or you have a Wi-Fi access point at your home? What is the difference in Wi-Fi access point and Wi-Fi routers? Because whenever you talk about router, mostly people used to say it's a Wi-Fi router. No, come on, come on. Wi-Fi technology is different. Routing technology is different. It was clubbed in your device. And at home, you got a Wi-Fi router. So Wi-Fi is an access point, which is the transmitter. They are working on IEEE 802.11 standards. And routing protocol is different because you have a two different network services. You have a LAN and you have a ISPs. These two different network services are trying to share the network resources and transferring their data packets to each another. That is routing, and that could be wired also. That could be a wired also. Why it is wireless? It could be a wired also. And then what is modem in that? Then if we'll compare it. So, generally I have seen the confusion level comes from various different problems, from various resources. Firewall, I'll come to the firewall. Firewall is like a security guard at the doorstep of your premises. one security guard standing on the college premises is basically a firewall, where at the same time you deployed a CCTV on top of it, and that CCTV is acting like an intrusion detection system for you. Right. So malware, no, firewall never able to handle. So your most of the people said no. So I appreciate the answer is correct. They are not supposed to handle that data, because one student who is coming over there, and they will only able to firewall able to works on protocols. They'll work on IP addresses. They'll work on certain other parameters where they'll able to identify if this protocol is transferring a data, let's say HTTP, HTTPS, okay, accepted, transfer. But they will not access the data which is coming on HTTP, HTTPS carries some malware. Your packet carries some malware data or not? Is it a web shells? Is it a, web shells? I was working in one of the NIC server, I remember, and in that we found some web shells. The website hacked was someone else, and actually that one website defaced long back. I remember that was CBI website was actually defaced, and their homepage was completely changed by some Pakistani flags and written Fateh and something like that and all. So Indian also did the same to their stock exchange site of Pakistanis. So that was a cyber war, a very cold cyber war long back, I remember. But the shared servers, your shared servers have certain level of applications, some protocols, and these protocols and the data which is being generated are basically a vulnerable. That was one of the attack called RFI attack, remote file inclusion attack, and that carries some web shells. Shells are different. You need to analyze, you need to identify what are those shells. I'll quickly show you today that practical also by using quantum, and one of the way how you can identify the shells in your servers. All right. So what is the criteria? And generative AI will gonna identify your shells, how your ransomwares are working, think on those grounds. Right. So many, things are there. A lot of keywords are there in cybersecurity, but every keyword have their perspective, their purpose. Firewall can only think about three major areas. It only works for three major areas: inbound traffic, outbound traffic, and packet redirecting. These are the three major purpose of firewall, three chains of firewalls: input chain, output chain, and packet forwarding. These are the three areas. That is what handled by the firewall. That is the basic cause of firewall. You receive the packet. If you place certain constraints, some policies being already equipped with some rules, based on those rules, they will accept the packet or they will deny the packet. All right. So if I'll say I want to block ICMP protocol packet. So if it is ICMP, block the protocol, block that packet. If it is HTTP and if it is allowed, okay. So these are the kind of rules which are being defined for incoming packet, outgoing packet. That is what firewall is. So same way, student is going to enter. If that student is wearing your ID card, okay, enter. If any student who is not wearing their card, probably we can block. So that's a rule. We are talking about rules, basic rules. So it's a protocol kind of a rule, sort of. I'm not talking about user authentication, user login password. Login password to be handled by LDAP, not by firewalls. Okay, not by firewalls. So, so think about the way how you handle the traffic, the network traffics. Second major stage is then what is the purpose of CCTV? So CCTV on the entry gate is acting like a IDS, intrusion detection system. So today, how you use your CCTV? Is it only for incident response? That sometimes some incident being occurred, so let me go and explore CCTV footage and we'll find out, oh, this happened, that happened, and all that. No, that is very old concept. Today, you don't use CCTV for that purpose. Today, you already have the concept of AI. You already know Python. Make a face detection system in your campus. Everybody, you must try this. You make a face recognition system in your campus. So the student who entered or any faculty entered to your premises, that face to be recognized by those CCTVs, and that data set must be there on the back end, and you will automatically get to know at what time which user entered in the premises. And if any face which is trying to enter is an anomaly user, or so immediately that is to be an alert that this is an unknown user came into the campus, and that unknown user need to be recognized, what is the purpose of that person and all. Through your log sheets, you have a log register why that person is entering and all that stuff. So correlate the things and take it to the next level. Next level accessibilities, next level security accessibilities, right? So that is information security models. Think about that information, which is again very important, and that information to be again secured and encrypted. That's a lateral part we'll talk about. So first think about how you handle such data. So pick that data. And IDS, intrusion detection system, is a system which actually identify that anomaly behavior of your packets, anomaly behavior of your number of hits, anomaly behavior based on time series management, anomaly behavior on their data science. So that's why AI help you, ML help you, data science, data analytics, and deep learning will help you for augmentation of these kind of basic models for all of you. Try to understand these are the basic applications which you can incorporate. I'm giving you realistic applications. You can even start working on these kind of applications at your end. You want any support, I'll help you in that as well later as well, so we can connect and we can have a realistic projects, realistic research work, realistic data generational model, uh, and why not we'll talk about patents and various other things practically to be incorporated and developed and processed. So think about what is the purpose of IDS, intrusion detections. And once intrusion is being detected, then actually we want IPS, intrusion prevention system. And on intrusion prevention, I want 0-day mitigation. So think about what is the purpose of 0-day mitigation. 0-day, I started actually with the 0-day, and that's what I have explained you all these points and all these stages, because then we have to think about 0-day mitigation. So 0-day mitigation would be a kind of a portal which you have to create on the door side of the security guard, where the intruder being detected and prevention system will give a new rule, immediately updated a new rule to your firewall. Hey, firewall, go and block or allow these packets. So identify these stages and think about 0-day mitigation, because attacks are going on, problems being there always. And what are the anomaly behavior? And the moment you identify the anomaly, how you will identify the anomaly behavior? What is the basic resources required? We want data set. We want data set. So you already have the data set of your employees, your students, or your corporate technical, non-technical staff. You already have that data set. They're already punching their attendance systems and all. Why don't we incorporate with our AI model? Why don't we think about a 0-day mitigation that any person enter to that today? So your principal, your director, what they need to do, they just need to identify, let's say query, today how many anomaly behaviors being identified? Give me the list. So we'll find that who entered what time, what was the purpose, what was the source of connectivities, and many more things, because even in your log register might be you have a false positive results, false positive informations on that, and how you can mitigate 0-day. And take it now, this is like I try to correlate with your realistic problem. Take it like your websites, take it like your login system, your ERP servers. Think about corporate level, PSU level. For corporate, we used to talk about SCADA networks. We talk about ERP models for them. Same way, same we talk for the corporate level in this way. And how to mitigate. Where is 0-day identification and mitigation, and 0-day incident response. Because what happened if anything committed, attack to ho gaya. If anything committed, that's a time where really we got the alerts, or we have a lack of limitations, or certain limitations, or lack of some information, or rules or policies. Based on that, you're not able to identify that particular part at that instance. So if anything being happened, then how much time you will take to revamp your system, your entire infrastructure. I remember this is again the big challenge for Government of India. One of the department is NCIIPC. That is NCIIPC, one of the department, that is a National Critical Information Infrastructure Handling Department, with the support of I remember I was one of the event, I was a jury member over there, in fact, where NCIIPC is one of the critical infrastructure model for Government of India, how to handle that critical infrastructure, and with the association of NTRO and IIT Delhi. So I was there with IIT Delhi, and in IIT Delhi, I was a jury member over there, and we identify the realistic problem statement given by NCIIPC. These are the problem statements over there as well. Some couple of problem statements over there as well. Say if somebody attack to our infrastructure, how you will handle it? So the problem is purpose of firewall, purpose of IDS, purpose of IPS, and then talk about zero-day mitigation. And then let's say we'll try to generate some mock drills. We'll try to make certain attacks. Let's say we'll create a one GAN network who is actually going to make certain attacks on your existing infrastructures, and then see the differences. So basically that is what, like, the way how you have to handle it. And for that, and for that, even your generative AI is not equipped till date, because because that is a gap where you have to build that level of models, and that models are missing till date. Nobody is working and talking on all these grounds, and because of that lack of you know things are going on. And actually that is a time where always the hackers take the initiative. If you people are building a secured infrastructure, don't you think so hackers also use generative AI for destruction of your systems? So take my words, before construction, destructions always comes across. So that's a big challenge, and especially for SOC, security operation centers are there. So what is the requirement of the SOC? That is automated alert, I think, triaging and prioritization model. Think about root cause analysis using Gen AI. NL, that is natural language, not basically processing, for the investigation of the security logs. So we want a smart Gen AI SIM tools, which is missing. SIM is security information event management tools. We want SOC analyst augmentation and productivity enhancement models. We need reduction of the false positive result, which is very important, because actually everything is there and we cannot, everything can be cross-checked for every time. And we want to work for 24/7 for SOC capabilities and all that stuff. That is the real gap in Gen AI, and how you can think about what Gen AI can build for you all. So I think now today I'm going to give you a lot of information for area of research. I don't know whether you are from the you are obviously all the professors are from the research backgrounds, right? So take my words. Today I'm going to give you a lot of points where you can explore a lot and get into a lot. And I think then you will got some good points out of it for your research areas. So take my words, this is really important if you just correlate the things and practically implement those things. I think let me quickly take you to the practical. Give me a minute. I'll just going to share my uh, fine entire screen to all of you now. Okay, I hope my screen is visible to all. Right. What I did, I think
Yes,
you
sir,
can.
it is visible, sir.
Great. Thank you so much. So I'll continue this presentation. Meanwhile, let me take you to quickly. This is basically I'm working on a Sedulity operating system, the practical which you can see. I'm actually on a it's a, you can presently you can take it as a Linux based operating system. I don't know how many of you really aware of that or not, and how many of you are really comfortable on Linux? If not, please take my words, start working on Linux. That is today, it is mandatory. It is not optional. It's not like another operating system. Don't take it like that. Today, In every Indian court, in every Indian court, in every police station, one Linux machine is there called as Ubuntu. I hope you heard about Ubuntu, right? In every police station, I'm a official. Very good, Aniket. If you are on Linux, so please take my words. You make even VM virtual machines. If you want to start up and want to do real time practice, because if you really, I think you already have a concept of Dockers these days. So you can make your servers using Dockers or virtualizations. And based on that, at least start working on Linux, and you should be a good on Linux. Please remember, because this Ubuntu is 100% deployed in our law enforcement agencies. Any judge in any court, Indian court, if they are giving any verdict, it is mandatory for them not to use the Windows operating system. They are using Ubuntu. They are on Linux. Reason, see, already you must have seen a one big problem recently. US Venezuela attack that has just happened this on 6th of so this week only, you must have seen. And I'm talking about cyber warfare issues over there. And what they did, one cyber warfare organizations of US, they basically triggered the entire grid. They have a smart grid. Today all your power, electricity is coming from a smart grids, and these smart grids are carrying some machines, some devices with those operating systems, and that is to be get compromised. So think about, if if technically I'm talking about, that is a one of the real time, the entire country, their smart grids being hacked and controlled, and controlled by these warfare teams. And I hope you can understand the problem statement. So today, that is the need of our country. Start working on customized areas, especially with the open source area, especially start with the Linux architecture, then really going to the common platforms like Apple Mac, or Windows, or even you are using a platform, but think about the other third party common platforms, common applications, common social media applications. So starting from top, all 7 layers OSI model, from your physical layer to application layer, we have to think about what we are supposed to do, and think about security implementation on it. Think about data is already encrypted, and today there is a concept of quantums. That is a futuristic problem. Quantums will gonna take care of your RSA algorithm. So no more RSA algorithm secured enough. Even AES 256 is still safer than even RSA, if we'll talk about. And your digital signature, Indian digital signature system is on RSA. All your web servers, HTTP protocol, I think you can see my screen. Today we are on teams.microsoft.com. You can go and check the connection is secured or not, and check the certificate validity. I'll able to find that they are using TLS algorithm with RSA. I got a clear public keys, certificates, SHA figures, details with the timestamp that when this so recently they have upgraded their SSL certificate. So digital certificate, that SSL certificate being recently on 9th of December 2025 they updated. So think about all these things. And which algorithm, you talk about algorithm, so it's RSA encryption. Which SHA they are using and RSA which they are using, you can go and check it at your end as well. And take my words, if we apply, obviously I need a strong computing process, and that is what today we are talking again the another hybrid model of quantum and classical computing model. And based on that, if we'll really work on, you can't imagine, we can decrypt RSA algorithms. That is the next fear factor which has already been started, and very soon, next I think 3 to 5 years down the line, quantum become more commercialized, And if it becomes more commercialized, we are again having a threaten level. What is the retention period of RSA? Now we talk on these grounds. For how long our servers are working on these RSAs, and why on RSA? Really, we have to save it on RSAs or not? Because if we can want to really deface, it is quite easy to extract all such informations. I'll talk about these
I'm
features.
sorry.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
sir. I'm interrupting you in between. Your
please,
next
please.
session will be also till 5, and from so long you're explaining things. If you want, we can have a 5 minutes break, sir.
Okay, up to you, please. Certainly, that's okay.
As per your
So
convenience, sir.
I'm okay. I don't have any problem. I can speak for even another 5 more hours. So I have more data. I have a lot of data and I have a lot of practicals. I don't have any problem. But yes, certainly let's, if the participants really want some break for 5-10 minutes. So I think I'm okay with that. I don't have any problem.
Okay, sir. Let's have a break of 5 minutes then.
Perfectly fine.
I think that
Perfectly
will be enough for them as well. Thank you so much, sir.
great. And after the break, I think
We,
I'll take you to the practicals then, right? And I'll
okay,
show
sir.
you more
Okay, sir.
practicals. Perfectly fine.
Okay, sir.
Let's take a break for
Okay, sir.
another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we will start the session in just 5 minutes. It's only a 5 minutes break. So connect with us after 5 minutes. Stay there only. Thank you. Ms. Divya, you have raised your hand. You have any query? I'm giving you mic permission. You have the mic permission. You can switch on your mic and ask your query. Welcome back, participants. It's our another session of 1 week Atal FDP. Before we start the session, I just wanted to remind you once again, do check your attendance, please, on Atal portal, and do fill your feedback form. Then only you will get the access to attempt the test. So please do these things. These are mandatory for attempting the test. And again, I would like to welcome our Honorable Resource Person, Dr. Anup Girdhar, to continue his session. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. Your session, the earlier session, was very enriching. We heard so many new things and in a different perspective as well. Uh, the things were very in a simple way. You made things so easily explainable, clear, and understandable to us. And thank you so much for that. And now I request you to please continue this session as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you. And let's start again. So welcome back, and thank you for your valuable words, ma'am. Let me quickly share the screen again. Yeah. I hope the screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Great. So I try to make certain models for all of you, where let's talk about something more with AI, and especially for AI, and along with the cybersecurity model. Let's quickly talk about something more important, which your generative AI would actually going to handle it. Like you can talk about various different aspects. So we can talk about, as I said, for SOCs, you can see that automated incident summarization, which is possible for incident response and digital forensics part. Time reconstructions is again big challenge. Evidence correlation across heterogeneous sources, because your data is actually need to be aggregated on a certain level. So can we able to analyze that part? So I have a one log anomaly detection technique. So I just tried to prepare the model. This is one of my Jupyter notebook, which I just opened. So I started my Jupyter on Linux architecture. You can see it is just seems to be like a Linux architecture, right? Where I have some experiments to show you that how the things are possible and what all actually we can do in the realistic part. So this is one of the example where I try to deploy some prerequisite. What is this all about? We are going to talk, as I said, one of the word I took like that is SIM tool. And what is SIM tool? That is security information and event management tool. And now the problem statement is like we are getting the data like anything. Data is like even on the realistic basis, I really appreciate if you have the websites. Obviously all the organizations have their own websites. So if you already have the website, you talk to your web maintenance people, and ask them to give us the logs of your web server. So you generally used to access your web application. Somebody is trying to make certain changes, or updating those codes, or updating the content, is a different case altogether. But how many times, who access, what access, from where they access, there is a huge concept. There's a huge gap, in fact, to analyze those kind of things. So one of the very, very important with the Gen AI, and especially with the security part, and also used for forensics purpose as well, that is a anomaly detection technique from the logs. Now, what are these logs? Logs, like I'll quickly show you, if even you want to see. Shall I take you to some web server I'm using from the very basic point of view, and I can show you something more relevant. Shall I take you and hack a NASA website? Let me take you, and quickly I want to take you to that particular concern and see how even I can go and get into the NASA within fraction of seconds from their back doors, not from the front end. I'm just going to enter it through the back doors. So for that, I'm using some special keywords, index-/FTP protocol. If I'll go and explore, you can find a Harvard website. You can find a NASA website. Second link of the NASA website is available. And now I'm going to take you to the direct backend of that NASA, one of their server, genesis.jpl.nasa.gov/FTP. And there you can find a lot of links where they updated their data even in 2025. They updated some of their data collab. So they have a collab and some data set being compromised, means some zip files are available, and we got some lot of data, something like that. Same way, same purpose. If we really talk about not only to this NASA, already I'm in NASA, right? I can even to download the 13 MB or this, you can see a lot of data sets or some information, some projects. Since the server, they have a data from 2002 till 2025, some projects being there. So you can understand what type of projects are there, and we can try and get into it. So I can take you even to many other IITM. This is the IIT Delhi, IIT Madras. Come on, this is also being exploited. And now I'm in IIT Madras website. And now you can see the errors. Errors are also, or some information that are the basically a kind of a footprints which we extract. See, IIT Madras is basically taking Apache 2.4.58. So if I'll get a common vulnerabilities of this particular application, which is one of the web server which they are using on their backend, right? If I'll just pick that part, and if I'll take you to the various operating systems and the information which they store, even recently they updated, all right? Today only they updated. See the mistakes, what they did in the morning, and they updated some of their information and some of their applications. So today only they did a mistake, and this mistake has already been highlighted on Google. And this is IIT Madras. This is what the mistake, and they uploaded their projects and some more applications related to Linux platforms and how the people are working on their different cultures or whatever. So some data is there which is available. And if I get to know the versions of their web servers, like this is a footprints of your web server used by them. Even it is clearly mentioned that they are using Ubuntu server, and they have not think about the security perspective. So what is the mistake? The real mistake on their site is they did not applied a directory traversal attack mitigation model. According to OWASP, Open Web Application Security Projects, there are some backdoors by which they have to implement in their web coding or web server configuration, which they did not think about. And today we are in IIT Madras servers. This is real time, today's model. I'm just going to for a random checks, and I got, even I take you to the NASA, and today I'm in IIT Madras servers. So if I got this particular part, let me copy this part, and can't we go to the CVE, common vulnerabilities. So there is a website called cve.org for all the researchers. If you want to identify the common vulnerabilities, only what you need to do, I just need to place a Apache web server, or you can take it Apache, you can take Windows 11, you can take any software. Why not VLC player? Why not your Chrome browser? Why not your Edge browser? Why not your, so any damn thing you can write, right? So if I have an Apache web server, and if I'll go and search it over there, let's say on Apache, there are 3,242 vulnerabilities exist with the different servers on different platforms, and the common vulnerabilities which are already exposed are available, right? So you can find various HTTP, SSL, trusted. So all such applications are there. Only what we need to figure out, like say, suppose this is again Apache, one of the web server which frequently people are using. And if they have a particular version, if their version is below or equals to any particular part, you can just explore any link, and you will find something like DOS attacks are possible. Why DOS attacks are possible? Because they might be using some of the configurations or their versions which are actually vulnerable, and we can able to extract such information out of it. This is Red Hat server. This is paid server, in fact. Right. Obviously, that has been reported to Red Hat also. My concern is these are the known vulnerabilities. What about unknown vulnerabilities? What about the various different vulnerabilities on the servers? Especially through this web server, they can able to commit your DOS attacks. And you need to explore, like, okay, this is the way how you can explore a lot, and you can figure out the common vulnerabilities, their versions, anyone who is using the prior version of so and so servers. And if I found my server version, the server version is 2.4.58, any vulnerability available for 2.4.58 or equal to or less than that, and I just need to identify these keywords on a Google, I think I'll got a billions of sites, right? Not even lakhs, or even I'll get a billions of sites. And only what you need to do, you need to identify the payloads, auxiliaries, or a certain level of attacks which you can apply on these versions or on these applications. And finally, your server defaced. Now, to get into that, how hackers are taking the initiative, they are using generative AI models to search and to figure out the list of the applications, and do not go for the vulnerability assessment. They only ask some Gen AI models to link to these servers, figure out these servers, find their data, and directly go and apply certain attacks on it. So I'm sorry to say, even the NASA is available, same way IIT Madras projects are available. And why not other organizations' data are available? You can see many, and mostly why universities? Why universities are there? Because they want to share their data, but they really least bother about the securities. So common challenges, I think you can identify mostly. Even Harvard links are available. Come on. Did you ever find a Harvard link like this? Anybody's seen the websites like this? Is it a website or is it a directory exposures? The backend directory exposures are there. You got a data. Let me take you to the data of Harvard University, and content is ready to go. See, the projects, tutorial data. Okay. So how many of you really wanted tutorial data for these diffusion tutorials? I think I have one diffusion matrix, something written at my end also. I was talking about this particular topic at the same time. Yeah, see diffusion models. Can we have a diffusion models? Can we have a GAN models? Can we have LLM models? I think this is in the slide I have already covered. And you have diffusion tutorials. How to work with the diffusion tutorials from Harvard. Simply you go to the backend and you can figure out the things like anything. Don't you think so? What is this all about? How vulnerable the things are, decom challenges, and see what is going right now in Harvard University. And one of their probably some particular department, or somehow they uploaded. Even the shells are available. Test commands.sh. You'll get a shells. Practice with their data. Decoms and all that. So I hope you understand the realistic problem. People are talking about security and they least bother about security. So what we have to focus is again big challenge, first of all. Second, let me take you, if this is possible, then why not I'll take you to the logs, because my target is to go for a log analysis. And why not I'll figure out the logs. And now where are the logs? Only you need a basic information. So all what you need to do, let's say I need a file type colon, I need a log. And which type of log? Apache server generate, or Nginx servers, or these kind of servers generate access.log. So there must be some file called access or access.log. Suppose if I'll mention something like that, I want a access.log files, log files I want. So can you imagine? I got a lot of log files from a different organization. Directly, I gonna get the access of these access logs. So I'm talking about real-time logs, real-time servers, real-time information which has been placed and available on Google. Everybody is now running behind AI, but they forget to get the or to collect the data from the web scraping model. So if you are already on the web scraping, you know how to scrap the data from the web architecture. And generative AI models are nothing but let us try to generate the data set from all these common web access controls or web content. Let me place that content in the form of a text files, unstructured data, and let me sanitize, and whatever information is required, we'll just collect that data, transform that data, aggregate, and then transform that data, and finally make a relevant information on that basis. You will get a real-time data. I hope it will take some time, but we'll access some more logs meanwhile. Right. So there are many. See, this is what the logs are available from one of the server. So the best part, you got an IP address. This is the structure of the logs. Now you need to understand what is the structure of the logs. This is what, like, you will get the public IP. This is a backend running on the server side, web server side. On the backend web servers, we got a logs of these IP addresses, and this is basically for user authentication. But you
Sir, I think there is some network issue at your end. We are unable to hear you. We are not audible. Dear participants, I think there is some technical glitch. Give us some few minutes, we will resolve it. Thank you. We expect few more minutes of patience. Sir will be reconnecting. There was some technical issue at his end. Thank you. Give me a minute, sir. I'm doing it. Sir, you got the permission, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yeah. So let's start again. I think some technical glitches. Okay. So I'm more on, let me share the screen again. Fine. So I'm talking about the various different ways to collect the data and how to process that data. I think you can understand. This is, I hope my screen is visible to all, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. So I just wrote a specific, search criteria. That is the advanced search criteria on Google. And I try to access the logs. So basically, access logs are the files from the, let's say, from the web server side. And I hope you can see one of the site I found, and I can simply go and download and save this file. What does that matter? That is like first you will get the IP addresses from where the number of hits comes to the web server. So this is the pattern of the logs. And these are like dashes are basically for the user who are the authentic user. But as we are a regular web user, so there is no authentication, and that is why it is a dash over there. So some dashes, then you have a timestamp. You will find the timestamp, and further you will find a proper the link accessed by the user, and it is all slash. That means home page. So you access the home page, or specifically you mentioned a home page. So this is specifically, and again, it is with the get method or post method. I think you can find it, that particular part. Next, you can find also the HTTP access codes. These are not the data size. These are the access codes. 200 means successfully page executed. I hope you heard about 404, page not found, right? 404. What about the errors? So there are different HTTP codes, that is 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x. So 4x is basically for the links which you are trying to access and it is not being available. So that is 404 generally. 200 means page successfully executed. But at this stage, if you will see the gaps and if you really want to analyze the problem statement, the first page which is executed with the same link and the size, this is the size. The size of that page was only 46 bytes. 46 bytes. And at the same, almost same date, same time, approximately after an hour or so, approximately 1 hour after an hour or so, if you will just take a look, the 400, the server errors, so basically they try to access something, and where the error code is 362 bytes. Then again, you can identify the page executed again successfully, then the size is 997. So how frequent a size is there? How frequent number of 200 means successful executed, 400, 404, or any other error being occurred on the web server? From which IP is this belongs to? Again, this IP belongs to which country? What about the time series management? So there are a lot of things which we have to work on these areas. And about size, about this is 404, that means page not found. So that means something is missing on the back end. So this is the way how you can go and explore the logs of, let's say, for web server, authentication server, database servers, or any application which you are using. So for me, I was just trying to explore and show you how can we go using some AI techniques. Let me take you to my one of the Jupyter, and I'll just open it again, my Jupyter notebook. so that you can able to explore and you can see what the things are on the back end. So for that, I tried to deploy some libraries. I'm using Python. I think you all are comfortable with the Python. Python 3 is there. And I just try to deploy and make some prototypes. It's just a prototype for your testing purpose, and you can understand what I'm going to do all this. At the same time, now how you will work on it. We need some special libraries like XGBoost. I tried. I use sentence transformers. I use TensorFlow. Now, various processors are there. I was talking about CPU, GPU. Anybody heard about NPU? Anybody heard about TPUs? In your laptops nowadays, if you go and buy the latest laptops, you will find the NPUs are available, or we want some TPUs. TPUs are basically a TensorFlow processing units are there. So just to maintain the library and to process your AI application, build good trained LLM models. For that, we need TPUs for the processing purpose. So there are various different types of processors available. So what are these TPUs? We need a TensorFlow libraries to be run on, not on CPU, either on GPU or on TensorFlows. So do you have that processor? Don't worry if you don't have a processor, how you can use a TensorFlow libraries on your CPU. I'll give you the way how you can process. Okay, then I have some more libraries in Python. I think you are quite comfortable in scikit-learn, pandas, numpy, matplot, or seaborn libraries, which I'm using it. So these are the prerequisite I try to install and all being deployed. Just to go with the log anomaly detection with the SIM simulator. So I think now you understood why we want a SIM tools. How can you go for a forensics or for investigations, that what activity being performed at what time, at which stage. For that, I'm trying to use anomaly detection using in the weblog. So now you can understand which type of weblogs I'm talking about. This is the pattern of the weblogs. Somebody is trying to access this link, CGI links, and it executed successfully with this size of the content by this IP addresses. So you might identify the IP, a very common IP, how many times the number of hits are there in that particular time frame. So time series, log analysis, anomaly detection, how you will do all these things. So log analysis is one of the most important part for SOC, that is security operational centers, and especially for investigations using Gen AIs and AI models. So using isolation forest, I'm using one of the algorithm isolation forest with XGBoost. So if you try these kind of machine learning algorithms, and this is what the small objective which I'm trying to do, I have one log file, weblog.csv, which is there only in the system. You can find where I try to figure out the data in the by using a pandas. And by pandas, I created a one object called df, and I've just read the top five headers, five records. So you got a timestamp, you got IP, you got links, you got status, you got bytes. So all the things labeled accordingly. First, let me try to handle the data. But now my concern is, how many servers do you have? My concern is, how many applications do you have? Online applications, server applications, and what type of logs are there? So we want to do another pre-processing before we take you to this particular regard. We want to take a pre-processing model, and that pre-processing is to be taken care by data handling, data transformations, and data. First, you need to aggregate the data. You keep all that data into a one particular resource. So for that, we use a server like, I'll give you the name of those servers also. We use NAGIO server, NAGIOS, NAGIO servers, or you can try Zabbix, ZABBIX, Zabbix. So you can try Zabbix servers or NAGIO servers for data aggregation of the various resources from where you can collect the logs. And then try to incorporate and make more label data for their machines, or incorporate that data accordingly, and then you can even figure out. Even though you got the IP addresses, by using these IPs, we can try to find out their locations. So if this is the IP, I hope you can find. Let me just copy this IP and I'll take you directly to my Linux machine. And even I have a, a command called whois, which gives me the detail which this IP belongs to and where it belongs to. And you can see it is a US IP, IANA, some private Los Angeles, some public IP, but 172. Okay, this is a private IP actually listed over there and under IANA. So we can take something more. So this that means this is all internal network within their premises. I got a one IP, which is a public IP. Let me take this one for you. And quickly, I'll show you where it belongs to. So I think you can see uh, this IP where you will find a country code. Can you figure out somewhere some country code? See, it is US. So country code is US. So we can able to analyze that means this attack is or this access, this link being accessed by so and so IP from this particular country. So my concern is, can we able to extract more details about their IP addresses, and then can I make a one more column of the country code? So data transformation, data handling, data conversions, and obviously let us, especially for AI models, we try to convert the data into the numerical form. So if you want to convert the data into numerical now, let's say for US, let us make it 1. For other countries, for India, let me take it 2. For other countries, so 1, 2, 3, you can make some numerical values. And instead of writing US or IN or AU or CA, writing these kind of things on a columnar way, let me convert into the numerical way and reduce the size of that data set. So how you transform that data set, that is very important. And then further think about the featured engineering models. Then only you can find the IP frequency, you can find about. So this is what the purpose of how you start working with the data, how you collect the data, how you can then further process the data. And you can talk about URL entropy, you can talk about bytes in and out, response code. And I think we can manage many more things as and when required or whatever required. So how you manage the data set, what is the length of the data, you apply some DF, that is the object which we created for the pandas, and you find the length and all that stuff. So you got a more parameters like URL length, is error zeros and ones. So we converted and trying to transform the data in this way. Further, I want to, let's say, train my data set. So let's say we'll try with the training of isolation forest algorithms. Now, if I'll go with the isolation forest, so I need one algorithm that I need to import a library of isolation forest. And based on that, contamination of up to, you can say, 2% contamination is accepted, up to 98% is different, 2% is different. And on that, where the random state always we used to take it's 42. So all the data set, out of that we have to take a random state. For that the number is 42 you have to mention. And contamination, that means the level of accuracy is the contaminated data which we can identify, we can consider it as a 2% of such data. So on that parameters we created a model, and we generated that model. And on that basis, you can see we can go and fit the predicted values. We can pass it those columns. So we selected URL length, we selected bytes, and is error or not in the anomaly data with their then the values to be deployed. And finally, once you go for it, out of the whatever the data set you have, out of that we found that 490 records, okay, are 1 and -1. -1 means it is anomaly, and 1 means it is all common or okay records. So this is 490 records are on the common side, and -1 means there are 10 different type of errors which has been identified, and due to which you need to then figure out what is the reason why, and then try to recreate and train your data sets. So data testing and creations of that data set is very important before you go for a LLM model designing and such big designings. Excuse me. Then why not we'll try with another algorithm like SGBoost, which is actually not only for the classification, it also used for the purity checks, the optimization of your data set. So we can even try into that layer and you can import the data set and you can correlate how we can collect that data set. And you are trying to go with a train test split method of your data with 70-30 or 80-20% as per your ease, and then just apply the. So this is a beauty of Python, I would say, that you need not to go and get into the mathematical terms of these algorithms. You just need to run the method of that algorithm and your model is ready to go, and you can train your data set on that basis. Further, you can take it for evaluation purpose. So we got a accuracy level is 87%. So you can find a precision, recall, F1 scores and all, and the level of accuracy becomes 87% after evaluations of these predicted data sets and all. So think about the way how you are working. Now you are able to compare it with the expected outcome. Is it supervised ML, or why not we'll handle with the unsupervised ML? Obviously, it's a semi-structured. I will not say unstructured. It's somewhere semi-structured kind of a data set because you have a common pattern over there, right? You have a same structure kind of. So this is the way how the data is coming up across, and how your sim tools to be get updated. And this concept, as you found anonymous. So once your data set is ready, your models are ready, and for 0-day mitigation, we want to take it to the 0-day. So as and when any particular activity being performed, we'll take it as a testing for a testing data set. We'll take that value, compare it with our existing models, and we immediately generate what is the accuracy level. And we can generate the alerts to IDS, to IPS for mitigations and identifications and mitigations. So think about how you create. This is a small prototype for your testing, and you can see at least how we can go for it. We are working on another layer of security in this particular regard using AI. So I have a small log analysis model, sim tools analysis by using isolation forest and XGBoost algorithms. So I hope now you got some idea like how the things are working on the back end and how you can mitigate the things. I'll quickly take you to the another algorithm, another model. I have a malware classifications using ML. Okay, how many of you really know where are the malwares and how you can identify? Even do you know PE? That is portable executable headers. So you need to figure out where is the data and how you handle the malwares by using even generative AIs and all that stuff. Okay, I'll give you even real-time problem statement. You can make a fool to google.com anytime, your gmail.com or various other mail servers, because till date, I have not seen that they implemented the way how to cater the data. Where is my data basically like files, your data files, and whether that files are being manipulated or not. I'll tell you what, a very simple example. Let's say, attachments in Gmail, right? So attachments in Gmail is already there. My concern is, let's say I want to send any application with exe extensions, in Windows. So I have an executable program, but if you try to upload exe files, it gives you an error. It gives you an error. Sorry, this is executional file. You cannot send any executional file. You can only send a data file as an attachment in Gmail. Okay, that's fine. But still, I want to send it. I want to attach, or could be a malware which I want to attach. Then what is the best practice? The best practice is, let me take a file, right? Generally, people are doing it. Let me take a file. I'll rename that file from exe to let me make it MP3. So now if it is a MP3 file, which is a data file, or why not I'll rename it to JPG or something, any extension. The moment you take that file, you rename from exe to mp3 or jpg or some other extension. Now if you will try to attach with the Gmail, they'll figure it out. Okay, this is like a data file, probably it is a encrypted data file, something like that. They'll consider it like this, and even you can attach and you can send. On the destination side, the person can download that file. Again, they can rename that file and they'll get an application from their attachment. So this is the way how you can make a fool to their security systems of Gmail. Right? People are doing very frequently. My concern is, can't we create a model by using generative AI or such? Even it's not required for generative AI. Your Python codes can also work on it. Anybody heard about the concept called magic code of the files? Anybody heard about? Anybody really work on the way how the virus works, how their malware works, and the malicious activities which are performed by the systems, right? How it performs, basically. What is, if I'll ask you, even to be very honest, if I'll ask you what is the difference between virus, worms, trojans, rootkits, bots, ransomware, spywares, adwares, or crawlers, spiders, or rootkits. So I can talk, I think, more than hundreds of different types of malwares are available. What is the real difference? I'm talking about technical terms. I'm not talking about journal English. I want, what are the behaviors of these different types of malwares? So you will amazed to know 80% of your students, even you are already aware of, okay, one is worm doing some, so you have a common content which you either write for worm or for, this happen generally, I have seen, right? I'm a advisory in various university in board of studies. We designed the courses. So I know, like, the very common problems are coming across. So we are very talking about very generic terms. We never thought of how things works, practically how it works, how you can analyze the content out of it. Shall I show you the headers of the files? And if you can able to, you give me any one file without extension, without extension. Let's say there is a file name called BCIIT is one of the file without any extension. How you will consider where this file belongs to which application, whether it is a notepad file, it's a JPG, it's a docx file, it's an Excel file, or I don't know how you take it. How you take it, MS Office files? Do you know your Word Excel file, DOCX files, are actually not a docx file. According to me, it is a zip file which contains a lot of folders and files within the docx file. Have you ever seen such things? No? Shall I show you? Really want to see that? Okay, okay. I'll okay, perfect, fine. I'll just quickly start one of my say I have one malware analysis Windows VM. So I'm just going to quickly start a virtual machine Windows 10 for all of you. And meanwhile, I'll show you, I have a code detection techniques, and I want with ML, with the AI, using PE headers. So PE headers means I want a executable headers, which I need to explore from the perspective of the data. From where do I get this data set? Although you can take it from various resources available. So what is the size of the code? What is the size of the initialized data, uninitialized data, address of entry points, base of the codes, base of the data set, image based. So many more things are there, which are the parameters. I think you can similar kind of data might be available on Kaggle. You can try even Kaggle for that. But how to get the data quickly, I would like to show you. Let me say create a new Word file for you. I think you know this is Windows. So this is like I create a bciit.docx. Okay. So this is, I'm going to open it. It's a FDP. Okay. I'll write a FDP with the Let's say BCIIT. I just mention it. I'll save this file and close the file. So what is this file all about? This is a docx file. I think you all know about it. Is it a docx file, right? Everybody know that this is a docx file. I hope you can see my screen. I quickly take this file. So I'm going to copy this file and take it to my base machine. So I have already shared a folder for seminar for BCCI, and there I'll paste it. So I have a one data from Windows. Now I'm going to switch from Windows to my OS, that is my Sedulity OS, my Linux. And quickly I will take you to BCCI. This is my folder where I just take it, this file bciit.docx, right? According to you, this is a docx file. All right. Now what I'll do, let me rename it. Let me rename it, whatever I'm saying. Let's say I'll make it BCIIT. I just rename this file, and now BCIIT file becomes a zip file, because according to me, it is actually a zip file. It is not a docx file, and it contains a lot of internal folders over there, and they carries all the XMLs. So MS Word is not a MS Word. It is a collection of XML files. Your docx file is not a file. Can you see this? This is like, it's a collection. And you can see the checksum values, compression size, original size, method. So you got a lot of parameters, and when it was created, how it was created, date, time. You got a files. It's a XML files, a docx file, XML files. You can open that XML files and you can find where is your data and all that stuff. It's a actual XML files. So I hope now you can understand what I'm talking all about. So your data is not your data. You need to understand which type of data where you are working all about. And all such data is coming from the magic code. You need to extract the magic code of your files. So for what is the best part, you need to write files magic code. You just need to write like this, and probably you will get Wikipedia. I think better to go with Wiki. I prefer Wikipedia sites, and find the magic numbers. And there you will find a code. Okay, list. I need a list also. List of the files magic code. Suppose I want that, the list of file signatures. You can try. And now you will find the hex values of these files. And there is an extension over there. And now you can identify PCAP. PCAP is a Wireshark files. PCAP NG, Wireshark files. Bin, binary files. You can understand. And now we can even go with a PE, portable executable files. We can identify various other extensions of the files in such a way, like JPG. What is the header of the JPG files? You can able to analyze it. And if I'll go and search Control F, docx. So you can see docx is nothing but it is a zip file. It is like mobile APK file. It is just like AAR file, EPUB file, your Java jar file. They all have the same extensions. ODPs. So it is basically a zip format. Technically, it is a zip format. And they rename it. Even your XLSX is a zip format. Your PPTX is a zip format. So please don't take your docx. PPTX is a Microsoft application. Basically, it is a collection of a data on the backend creating a zip files and docx files. And that is why I have shown you in Linux, it becomes a, folders. It's a collection of folders, and a lot of XMLs are there on the backend. So you need to understand what is the practice behind it. And that is why you can make a fool to even Google that we can transfer the data from any particular part. How it happens and how we identify it, because you can compare and you can find there might be, these are the hex editors. I need a hex editor to identify this part, and you will find this content and which clearly says, okay, these are the areas which we need to figure it out. Let me take you to that particular folder. Say in this folder, if I want to explore, I'll open a terminal at this stage, and where I have BCCIT as a file. And now I'm going to extract by, you can see my command on Linux. And now I got a PK, the extensions, the initial extension, that is the hex editor 504B. So let me take you 504B, and 0304 is the initial header of the file. So we found a initial header of the file, and you can see how many blank spaces are there within that file. And these are the areas where virus actually deployed into it. These are the NOPs. If you go for a reverse engineering, you will find these are the basically the NOPs, the spaces where your data is there. And now I need Gen AI models to be incorporated to identify that data set, to work on that data set and generate a different level of research programs to identify the headers or the magic codes or file signatures of these applications. And in case if I found any signature of your malware, we can figure it out. We can and now we want a zero-day mitigation by using GenAI LLM models. So if you are really interested, you can come and we can work. We can really go for the real-time malware analysis. And for that, I try to figure out somehow the basic details of some headers. So I created a one simple prototype for this particular regard, from where I try to gather a lot of data set and try to process that data set, train and test your Gen AI models for these signatures, and find the score value by using a random forest algorithm. I tried for a classification and fit that data. We got a 57% of that. And then SGBoost model will take that data. And again, we got another impact of it. And finally, I want to make it visible and try to correlate with that. Further, I want to take this data to the GAN network, generational network GAN algorithms, which actually take your data for PE attributes, for other level of attributes, so that we can figure out and we can match untraced malwares. So anybody who is doing a research on untraced malware identification, you can connect with us. We can help you that based on behavior, based on, we are creating Gen AI LLM models, where I want a model that my model will you take that model and place it in with any existing models, any chatbots like Olama, or why not DeepSeek or any other, where you take my model and my model will give you the way, come on, this is what happening in your system. Your operating system is vulnerable. These files are vulnerable, without using antiviruses. LLM models. So think about next generational issues. And now where your data is already encrypted, suppose you have ransomwares. Your data has already been encrypted with some ransomwares and you have some keys. So can we able to identify the keys might be available in your systems, and those keys are the decryption keys? How you will figure it out? And that's a gap. Nobody is working on these areas, and that's a gap. Again, futuristic issues which are coming across it. I would love to take you to quickly to one of the another model of my quantum security. And in a quantum security, I recommend one of the algorithm that is a futuristic issues, right? By using quantum security, we handle your crypto inventories, create your crypto inventories, and based on crypto inventories, this is what, like my lab, where we are going to work with the quantum models and updating with the NLP and lightweight ML, ready structure and cryptographic inventory. So we are trying to make some models, something like that, where let us assume you have a code. This is one of the file. Let's say we have a code, or you have some data set. Now, if you have a data set, next generation, I'm talking about after encryption. If your data is encrypted, you cannot extract your data because it is not in the plain text. So how you will manage whether it is a malware or not? I want to correlate this particular regard. Let's say I have a one program called app.py. This is what the code written in that app.py, where I'm using a cryptography, I'm using RSA algorithm and EC algorithms, where my key size is 2K and public exponent values defined, and I generate my private key, and by using a private key EC algorithms, I generate one key which becomes an EC key. So in my program somewhere, if I am going to do this cryptographic part using quantum computing, I can dephase. That is what I said at the beginning. RSA is almost about to obsolete, because if you have such data, let's say if I have AES somewhere written in the YAML files, configuration files, you have a TLS, RSA algorithms on the back end. If you have such data set, in that scenario, if I have a code, like this is my code, which I use an operating system, I use a relational, that is a regression, this RE, uh, uh, where you identify the patterns of RE, right? And pandas. By using this, we have a collection of crypto where if anything written like RSA. Now you can understand what I'm talking about. Can we find a RSA from your website? And anyone can hack your website like this. Say you are managing, you have a connection secured, and can I see a certificate of team.microsoft.com? They are also generating TLS. They have RSAs. They have a public private key. It's a publicly explorable. Although your data transferring on the network is secured. So can we make certain exploits for HTTP, HTTPS level? So if you're really willing to go and get into it, let me create a data set, some small trained data set with some couple of some collections of those algorithms, where what algorithm is vulnerable at what stage. I should mention the things on the back end, and then I collect and identify that patterns of your sites. I'll able to identify what the things are going. These are the patterns. I'll simply run a one small code and train my data set for the quantum. There's a post-quantum cryptography, PQC, one very, very important part for the futuristic part of your quantum, post-quantum cryptographic model. There, for that, I don't want a quantum servers. I want only a CPU from where I can process. And on that basis, I have a Python code where I am trying to work out and generate the cryptographic inventory. And once I'll generate the cryptographic inventory, my inventory. So I just write again a one small prototype for this. This is a basic requirement. I only use a Python for it. And on that basis, if I'll execute this code, okay, I'll show you the execution of the code and you will actually get this reply. I'll quickly show you the code. I have a prompt. Okay, so I'll take you to the quantum and lab 1. Okay, I'm there only. And in this lab, you can see these are my all files. And I need to install PIP install the requirements, whatever the requirements I mentioned. So it is already satisfied. So my system is ready to go. And in this case, I'll quickly run my code by Python, and name of my file is crypto inventory.py. And if I'll run this code, it actually see how ransomwares are working on the backend and how cryptography, quantum computing is going to hack your encrypted data. Next generation, I'm talking about futuristic errors. I have one folder, let's say my hard drive or any folder where I have, let's say for sample 3 files of some app.py or YAML or some security configure, whatever it is. So this code is basically trying to identify the name of the files. So this is one of the file where they are talking about the RSA algorithm and they are using asymmetric algorithms. And actually it is quantum vulnerable. So according to quantum computing, it is risk prone, it is vulnerable, and the level of severity is high, medium, low. So we can generate the risk level or severity levels for each of the file which actually carries whatever the content. If it is unreadable, ignore it, access some other thing. But we need to figure out all the cryptographic content of your files, could be a ransomware files, and how you will manage it. So we are working from the core point of view to mitigate the level of risk, and you can figure it out how the things actually to be get performed. I hope you got an idea what I'm talking all about. Means very intensive studies and the next level of research in AI, and then futuristic issues. So I add quantum, I add AI, I add Python. And my target is always cybersecurity because I am from the cybersecurity background. Right. So I'm working on these areas, and this is my area of research also, where we people are working frequently, and my scholars are connected with me. And I'm actually giving a training to my scholars. Scholars are not like, I'm not a kind of a guide where I have just a named over there. And this is a very common problem for all the researchers, that guides are not supporting. Don't worry, I'm a guide where I always work practically, want to see practicals, implement by my own, and then I taught to my scholars. I'm working on a very much reversal order, adversarial order. So even I have one that code for that also. I have shown somewhere two FDPs. I have a deepfake model. Can you think about deepfake analysis? Very new problem. You have a same voice, same audio, same image, and using GAN. That is what I try to impose, a GAN model at this stage. And I try to incorporate and try to figure out the data set. I'll show you something. Let's say I have a deepfake. Where is it? I just, I gave many seminars actually to connected with, I have my own NA10 model. I have many other. So let me go for one of the folder for you. Yes, somewhere. Yes, there only. I want, no, not there actually. Okay, quickly I'll take you to another folder. Okay, fine. I have Python codes. Yeah. See, just take a look. I have one image. Is it real and deepfake image generated by Gen AI? This is Gen AI again, and deepfake image. So futuristic problems. Is it real? This is fake. Okay. I have another one, real and fake. I have another one, real and fake. Okay. So my concern is, can I segregate for training and testing? So I prepared a separate folder for real and fake for training and also for testing. This is what how I worked on image processing and deep video, or using neural networks or whatever you people are doing. CNN algorithm, I think you are quite familiar with the CNN algorithms. So I'm working on these models, and you can see I have a man, which is a real image, and one is a fake image. But now my best practice, what I did in this particular regard, actually, I have a lot of original image, and then we got a fake image. How you can correlate with the deep fake projects. So deep fake is another level of problems which are coming across, and only Gen AI will going to solve these kind of problems also. Right. So, and that's a futuristic problems. For computation, you can use quantum, but every time you cannot use quantum because again, quantum have their own limitations. Again, there is not direct sustainable outcomes coming across, because they talk about qubits, and they talk about multi dimensionals, and the data goes to the two particular content in one qubit, 0 and 1 or both. You can take it. So quantum is a different layer altogether. But for image processing, video, deep fake videos, deep fake audios, so many such data sets are coming across. How to handle a futuristic problems for this regard? So I have a data, like I have a real man and fake woman. But I tried a adversarial model. Now I'm doing some, pangas into my code and my data set to just to verify my models are really working practically, implementing a realistic data or not. I take certain pangas into it. What I did, I used ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, can you make a real and fake both images by you? So data is generated by Gen AI models. You can use Perplexity, you can use Gemini or whatever you want. I generated both the data. So this data which you are seeing is basically the data generated from ChatGPT only. Okay, this is the real. So obviously I have some real images, and if I'll compare with the Gen AI, so what is the difference? Differences are the number of parameters. So basically I focus on majorly on the parameters and their values and their patterns. Take my words, you will be more on a different stage altogether. Your code, your thought process would be on a very different stage. You have to think on these grounds. Your data is completely segregated in such a way you have to make a maintain data. But now this is a real testing data where my real data as well as fake data or testing data, both the data created by ChatGPT. So what would be the level of accuracy if I'll run my CNN or any other algorithm? Anyone, quickly, anyone can answer. What would be the level of accuracy? What is the percentage for the accuracy if I'll get a real data and fake data generated by Gen AI? So I want a adversarial, means I want to really create certain error levels in my data set to test what the level of accuracy I will get. So what would be the percentage? What is the accuracy level if you are already aware with AI? So what would be the accuracy level according to you? Anyone? Because I'm going to compare two images, their parameters of two images. One is real, one is fake, deep fake. But at this stage, what I did, both the images created by Gen AI. So how you can manage it? How you can find it? What would be the accuracy level? Do you know? The exact accuracy must be 50%. And 50% accuracy means what? Dicey. No one can able to analyze, because the real image also created by the Gen AI and fake image also created by Gen AI. But if you really have some real images and you generate from Gen AI, can we compare these images and take care of deep fake? Take my words, nobody have a proper solution. I try to make these kind of basic solution for the futuristic investigation models, and we are working on these models. I really want the people who are into the image processing or security and CNN and deep neural network. I think we can all collaborate and we can talk more in depth in these regards. Take a look. Deep detection. So I have, this is the same data set which I am talking all about to you, all of you. And under this, I have a lot of experiments which I did. Okay, I have various experiments. I have a headers, mixed logs. This is what you have already seen. Okay, this you just take a look how I can use a deepfake detection using CNN algorithms. So I try to manipulate my data using CNN based, and on that basis, I use some forensics process. So I use Keras TensorFlow. Now TensorFlow, can you run TensorFlow on your machines? Take my words, you will get an error. So I will give you the way if you want how to build and how to use. This is the line which you have to write actually to define. Please, I do not have GPUs. Don't use GPUs, only use my CPUs. So you need to mention some CUDA variables, some CUDA visibilities of the devices before you start working with the TensorFlow libraries. Okay, so I deployed one library image data generation model, and I rescan my data and I'll train the data set, go and identify the data set. Now the problem is the size of the data and all that. So what we are doing, we are targeting to convert that data set into 128 by 128 pixels. And let's say, because you have a huge data set, I have to create a clusters of the data, small data sets. So I need to create a cluster, and each cluster we can forward to a quantum. Once you really want to talk about quantum qubits, one qubit will handle my one batch size. and parallel processing starts over there. So you have to think on those grounds, which are missing. Nobody's thinking on these areas, right? So I'm going to work on these areas, and now batch size is of 32 files only. So I have mentioned I can manipulate this part and take it as a binary files, where I converted my whatever size, whatever resolution and all that are there. I am targeting to convert that file into 128 by 128 pixels for training data set as well as for testing data set. I have shown you train folder, testing folder. Go to that train folder that is in deepfake data set in train folder, find the files over there and find the file from the testing. So I got a two different data set for training and testing on this regard. And then once I execute, I found 4 images in your training and 2 images for testing. This is how a prototype I try to generate. And now we are going to build a CNN. But before going for that, I need operating system again. So my operating system environment, I designed that please don't use GPUs. Probably tomorrow we'll use TensorFlow. If you have your laptop with the TPUs, TensorFlow processing units, or you have GPUs, why not we'll talk about NPUs for model designing. Think on these grounds. So you need different types of processors. Or if you don't have those processors, use cloud computing, do outsourcing, make some APIs, link those APIs to those cloud servers, let cloud server process it for you and just simply download your data. More than enough. So think on a very open, everything to be now platform as a service. I want that. I want infrastructure as a service. I'll use these kind of things for AI. So I use cloud in this way. I use quantum in this way. I use TPUs, NPUs, GPUs in this way, and running on my system and processing on my system using TensorFlows. And let's say I create a model. So my model where I'm using for CNN, I'm using various layers, various methods. That is conversion of 2D, max pooling 2D, conversion 2D, then again flatten, dense values using, ReLU, sigmoid, 10H. These are the activation methods. If you know in CNN or if you really work on deep neural networks. Right. So there we can incorporate all these things. And based on that, let us try to incorporate our model. We'll compile the model and we'll generate the results, and some outputs are there. And you can see how many parameters we'll try to extract from these models. Based on total number of parameters, then trained parameters and non-trained parameters are there. So almost all the things are being trained. Even though in this particular regard, I got 28 MB, 4 files, 4 compared with 2 files, you can see still 28 MB, very, very high. And where the size is 128 by 128 pixels. Today you are talking about 8K images. You want 8K, 4K already there in your, you have a television, 4K televisions and all. 4K images are there, videos are there on YouTube. And today you are talking about 8K images. Can you process that data? Are you equipped and ready to go for that data where the size of the images of 8K by 8K and it's a video, it's not even an image? These are the problem statements you have to think about and work out on it. I process multiple times, epoch 10 iterations are there. I try to fit my data set, and after iteration, I try to process, evaluate my system, and you can see my model is working perfectly fine because it is giving me the accuracy of 50% because my data set is accordingly. My data set is generated by GenAI, and I tried a adversarial, customized adversarial model. How to test with errors, how to test with the various different resources for the next level problem statements. And I think you can understand my accuracy is 50%, which means it is not a correct data set. It is not a correct data set. Your realistic data set having the problem. So think from the error perspective, your model is working perfectly fine. But are you equipped? Do you really understand what we are doing with CNN and all these algorithms? So these are the common challenges, futuristic problem statements, with Gen AI, with cyber, with quantum, with, so I think I covered many things here today with all these major points. And I've shown you how even the people used to hack your servers and get into it from the back door, some keywords we can manage, we can incorporate. How you can go for a malware analysis, untraced malware detection. That is also one of the theses available on Shodh Ganga. You can find that research where we try to work on untraced polymorphic shellcode detection techniques. We worked on that model and created a solution by using Ethereum models. So think like how we are working that level of projects where we can think about practically we can implement all these things and we can get into a new level, new revolutionary level. And are we equipped and ready for next 5 years or 10 years down the line? Because our data would be 100% encrypted with algorithms. You are using common algorithms, and common algorithms are vulnerable by using quantum, post-quantum computing or quantum computings. Today, even people are not commercialized, but soon or later you will see on the cloud, it's already available. AWS is providing you quantum servers for your testing for futuristic part. Your Google, Microsoft Azure, all are having the similar servers available. Even we tie up with one of the universities. So same way we can also associate with all of you. We have some center of excellence, and based on that, like we incorporate and we propose one model to Ministry of Telecom. So we given a one uh, very important, very good model to Ministry of Telecom where they are maintaining a quantum servers at their end, right? And being users, we have to work on telcos, telco data, the telephone data, and anomaly activities, terrorism activities need to be identified within the telecom providers and their data set. See the volume of the data, number of calls. Think about VPNs. Think about every single strategy. I have seen one of the case study in China that one person who tried to use a VPN in China just in next 2 hours, cops were there on their door. Can you think it today in India? Can we do this technically? So I think I tried to give you the blast of technology, the next generational models with AI, with quantum, with security, with forensics, investigations. So I think I'm through with my sessions. Generally, I avoid PPTs and all, but yes, I think some couple of slides I have shown, and I love to show you some practical because I'm a practitioner. I'm a real-time practitioner. We are also open. We can have a joint associations for research labs or such kind of projects, and we can think about some patents and real-time research on by using some center of excellence. We already have some center of excellence in India with some universities and some engineering colleges. So I think I tried to give you some insight of what would be the next level and even beyond limits. Today, the things are beyond limits. You think what you can explore. You come with your new idea. I think I can add it to that and I can make augmentation of your research work and your thought process. Design now your course curriculum accordingly. If you are already into the BOS and you want me to be in that part, I can help you in that particular regard. Think about how you can next level, how you can design. You have a lot of automated universe and course curriculums which you can design. We talk about AI, we talk about next generational content. So think about how we can incorporate these things in our system and make a realistic some facts, some products, some patents. So that is what I think is the major requirement for all the faculties and the researchers. So I target to address today on these regards, apart from various other things which you are going for and you're working. So hope you enjoyed this session and I try to conclude at this stage. So thank you all. And it's already time over with the So to all the volunteers and the management people from BCIIT, I'm open for the questions in case if the participants really want to ask some queries, they want to connect with that particular part. So thank you so much for patient
Sure.
listening. I make it little intense and little advanced level, but I hope that is, if you even heard my few words, would be really give you an idea that what we have to go for next level. So I try to just share some thoughts. Thank you, and over to to all the management to BCIIT. I'll share my number on the chat in case if you really willing to connect to me. This is my name and my number. So my name is Dr. Anup Girdhar. I'm a CEO with Sedulity Groups, and hope you got my mobile number also there on the chat. Is it there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Shobha, for giving me the opportunity to interact with the wonderful audience. Uh, Still till the day end, almost all the participants are still there. And
yes, sir.
hope you enjoyed, and it must be somewhere valuable for all of you. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much.
So a lot, we enjoyed a lot, sir. It's wonderful session. Very intellectually, you explained everything from vulnerabilities of various servers and access logs, then deep fake detection, log anomalies detection. It was intellectually simulating, sir, and you amazingly explained things, sir. We are actually honored that you accepted our invite, and again we got one more expert in our this FDP to make it more enriching. Thank you so much, sir. You always make things so nice for us, so enriching for us, and even the practical insights were very rich. Thank you so much for that. And now I request participants, if they have any query, they can raise their hand or post the queries in the chat box, or you can even put your feedbacks to sir, so that sir can also uh, get some information that how nicely you enjoyed it and what all you learned. So we are getting lots of thank you messages
Yeah,
for you.
I can understand. Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank
all
you so much,
valuable
sir.
inputs. And yeah,
I thank you so much, sir. This is Sonia Batra this side, the co-coordinator
okay,
of the FDP.
okay,
It was really very nice session, sir. I also being a research scholar in the field of malware analysis with explainable AI, got very insight into the topic, and much of the things are clear into the aspect what to do and what to go for next.
okay,
Thank you so
great.
much, sir. It was really nice listening to it. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Sonia. It's really great that you at least get something, some input from the session. And many others are really giving a great, valuable feedback. Thank you to all. Thank you for interaction and for uh, giving me the valuable feedback. It's indeed a pleasure to be a part of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I have given my number in case even the participants have some other queries also. Today, even I'm open. If you have any query, I can discuss. But in case you have any further queries, please feel free to connect. We are happy to associate with your institution, and hope we can get something innovative, more towards positivity for at least for our country. So
Yes, sir,
thank
for
you all.
sure, sir. We will
Yes,
again share your contact number to them again, even if someone has missed in the WhatsApp group as well, so that if anyone needs to have more insights, they will surely connect with you. Very enriching and insightful session, sir. Thank you so much. We are very obliged to you for that.
thank you. Thank you. So all the best. Have a good time ahead. And thank you. Jai Hind. Bye bye. Take
You
care.
too, sir. Bye, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Dear participants, let's take a few minutes break. 2 or 3 minutes break, and our next speaker is connected with us. She's already here. So only 2 or 3 minutes break we'll take, and we'll start the next session. A very good evening to everyone present here. Welcome back to this last session of our 1 week Atal FDP on emerging trends in AI powered cybersecurity. We again, on behalf of BCIIT and organizing team, I welcome our distinguished resource person and the participants to this last session. Finally, we reached to the last session of our journey, of this 1 week journey that we are going from. We are having so many sessions, enriching sessions from past 1 week. We are highly motivated to continue organizing such FDPs by bringing experts and intellectual minds on together on common platform. And we feel privileged and very honored that Dr. Syed Rameem Zara has accepted our invite. We appreciate her efforts that she has joined us today. So without much ado, I would like to introduce all of you to Dr. Syed Rameem Zara. Dr. Zara is an assistant professor come junior scientist at the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, SKUAST, Kashmir. Previously, she served as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Delhi. She holds a PhD in computer science engineering from NIT Srinagar and completed the postdoctoral research at IIT Delhi. Dr. Zara specializes in security for emerging technologies with a strong research focus on IoT, 5G, and 6G security. She has served as the India lead for security under the UK-India Future Network initiative, contributing to the development of next-generation secure communication systems. Her research has earned international recognition with publications in top-tier Q1 journals. She is a principal investigator of a DST-funded project worth approximately rupees 1 crore, titled NAV-IC, based deep tech forest monitoring in Kashmir, aimed at leveraging indigenous navigation and AI technologies for large scale forest security. And additionally, she is a co-principal investigator of a major MIT sponsored national project valued at rupees 42 crore, titled Applications of Electronics and ICT in Himalayan Region Crop Management, which focuses on deploying advanced electronics, AI, and ICT solutions to transform agricultural practices across the Himalayan region. Dr. Zara is also an active international collaborator and serves as a visiting researcher at the University of Oulu, Finland, and the University of Nagoya, Japan, where she works on advanced research in future network security and digital health. We feel privileged to have you on board with us, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invite. And now I would like to request you on the behalf of BCIIT organizing team and the participant to please begin your session, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shobha Chawla. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, you're audible, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this wonderful event and for bringing all of us together. And it's such a pleasure to be here. And I'm truly grateful to Banaras Chandiwala Institute of Information Technology for bringing up this important conversation. And especially, I'd like to thank Dr. Shobha Chawla and Dr. Sonia Batra and the entire team of BCIIT for conducting this marvelous workshop and for the warm welcome that you have just given me and for giving us the platform to discuss this very important topic. I would share my presentation with you.
Sure, ma'am. We are pleased to have you, ma'am.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second. I need to. Is my screen visible? Is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible, ma'am.
So this is visible, right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much. Today we are going to talk about something that sounds like sci-fi, but it's very real. We are already 5 days down the line for this very important discussion, and that's artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. And specifically today in this session, we are looking at the ethical, legal, and privacy issues, all of these mess that come with AI. Okay, my name is Said Ramin Zahra, as has been already pointed out, and over the next 90 minutes, I'm going to discuss how AI is protecting us and how it's being used against us and the hard questions that we might not have answered yet. I was part of the last session that was taken up by Dr. Anoop, and it was amazing. I guess that he had discussed most of the things. So as this is the last session, we'll be talking about some ethical, legal, and privacy. I hope that there is something new that I can bring up, but I am highly doubtful of that because the class of resource personnel that BCIIT has brought in is just amazing, and I would be very happy if I can give you some new information. So without wasting much of the time, my topic is this, and this is the roadmap that I'll be taking up. I don't know, this is screen is not, yeah. Did the slide change? Because it's taking too much time.
Yes, ma'am. It got
thank you very much.
changed.
Thank you so much. So the agenda is that because I'll be discussing about ethics, privacy, and legalities that concern AI applications in cybersecurity. I'll be taking them one by one, and we will talk about what is the dark side of AI, that is the bias and the weaponization. We'll discuss privacy, whether because we are sharing everything, so whether the privacy of the users is dead or not. We will be discussing the law, that is who goes to jail when AI messes up. Okay, we have seen as you guys have joined the cybersecurity workshop, you must be aware that a lot of times in a lot of scenarios, AI messes up. Then who is to be made responsible for that? And we will also deal with some of the crazy real world stories that have happened in the recent past. So without taking much of your time, we are jumping right into the right at the point. So which is like AI cybersecurity and whether this is a necessary evolution or not. First of all, we need to understand, why do we need AI security? Why do we need AI security? So anyone, because this is the last day, if anyone can just sum it up in a sentence or something, why do we need AI security? I would want to hear it because I am not able to see if you write anything.
Sure, ma'am. I'll convey, ma'am.
Okay. 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 So let me just sum it up for you. Imagine that why do we need AI security? Imagine that you are a security guard at a building. Okay. In the older times, we had a list of the bad people. Okay. You knew that this guy, this guy, this guy, these are bad people, and I don't need to allow them inside the building. That means you were working on a signature based detection. But right now, we are in the age of AI, where what is happening? Earlier, what happened? You knew that these 10 guys are bad. But today, if these 10 guys are bad, and if someone's face matched that list, you would stop them from entering the building, right? But nowadays, what is happening? We have the bad guys who are changing their face after every second. Someone might have spoken about polymorphic malware, where the person will change its face after every second. So a human guard that was stopping people from entering the building because they were identified bad people, they were the history sheeters. So that is not going to work now because the those bad people are changing faces every second. So the point is, the bottom line is, the traditional software, they cannot keep up. We need artificial intelligence in cybersecurity because the hackers, the rogue players, they are going to use the artificial intelligence to fool the security guard. The traditional software that was working on signature based anomaly detection or signature based detection is not going to cope up, will not be able to handle. So, what is AI giving us? If we are bringing artificial intelligence into cybersecurity, it is giving us three things. It says that it gives us predictive capability, it gives us speed, and it gives us scale. Predictive capability, that means before a bad person breaks in, it will tell you that who the bad. So prediction is there. Number two, it reacts in milliseconds. So it gives you speed. Number three, it gives you scale. All of this is not possible for the human guard or the traditional signature based methods that we used to have. So the scale, because it's going to read millions of documents, that is the logs that Dr. Anup, I guess, was speaking about. Millions of logs are read every second. This no human could ever do. So artificial intelligence has to come into the cybersecurity because this is a necessary evolution as we cannot keep up. Okay, the scale of the problem. What is the scale of the problem? You have to think of it this way. So AI hackers are using AI to write the codes, right? They are using AI to write the phishing emails. We all receive phishing emails every day. And the hackers, they scan for unlocked doors 24/7. Unlocked doors means vulnerabilities that many people might have spoken about in your system, in the network. They are continuously monitoring your network, continuously monitoring your systems. To fight them, we need our own AI. Okay, so it's an arms race between the rogue players and the defenders. So it brings us to our first problem, which is the double-edged sword. And we call this the dual dilemma. The exact same technology that protects us can destroy us. You might have heard about it. People who are scholars, they might know that the technologies like the artificial intelligence, IoT, everything, while they bring us a lot of convenience and comfort, they can be used to destroy us as well. So that is the dual dilemma. To make it simpler, I will give you an example. Uh, uh, at any point, if you feel like I'm going slow or I'm going to, at the basics, please let me know. I will level up. So IoT, if we talk about IoT, the basic thing is that it brings us convenience and comfort. Like it's very comforting and enticing to think that your refrigerator is calling the retailer on its own when it runs low on milk, right? And IoT has automated everything starting from baby monitors to high-end military devices. Okay, everything is automated, everything is very smooth. So that is the convenience part of it. But then you have to look at the security part of it. When you are making everything a part of the Internet of Things, that means even the smallest thing is a part of the internet. You have got smart plugs in your home, smart switches in your room, and that smart switch is not as secure as your window system. Okay, you might put a very hard locking system on your window so that the burglars cannot come in, so that nobody can come into your room, but then you are installing an IoT connected smart switch or smart plug in your room, and that is connected to the internet and has got a lot of vulnerabilities that someone might have spoken about. So the hacker, not even a sophisticated one, a very naive hacker, can come into your room through that smart switch, and through that smart switch it might also get hold of your camera and maybe some sort of camera that you have, for example the baby monitor in your room, and then they can have your privacy breached. What I mean to say is that that is the double-edged sword. While you are using Internet of Things for the convenience, it can also act as the destroyer. It can, so you we what we need to do is that we need to bring the security to the front burner, and we need to think of security as a design. You have to think of all of these considerations right from the beginning, right? So likewise, artificial intelligence, because without artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, we won't be able to cope up, because the rogue players, the black hats, are definitely going to use it for writing the codes, for launching the attacks, for analyzing, for monitoring your networks. We definitely have to cope up, so we also have to use the AI. It's an arms race, but that is the double-edged sword that I was talking about. Again, it says about the asymmetry. The defenders must be 100% right all the time. We will talk about it, like why they have to be 100% right all the time. And AI powered attackers only need to be right once. Right once means like someone wants to breach the secure network security that I have in my house, and they want to come into the network of my room. So they only have to be right once. That is, either they can enter through the smart plug, they can enter through the AC, they can enter through a smart fan, they can enter through anything that you have connected to the internet. They have to be right once. But the defender has to be right all the times. That means you have to have 100% security on all of these devices, on the smart fan, on the smart plug, on the smart AC, right? So again, I have spoken about it's the same tool, different intent. The attacker has a different intent, you have different intent. So we need to look at that. Then the weaponized AI example. You have, I'm going to talk about a little about deepfakes. I saw Dr. Anoop discussing deepfakes in detail, wherein he showed you the implementation aspect of it. But all of us have seen funny videos of celebrities saying things that they shouldn't be saying, right? When we talk about cybersecurity, this is terrifying, right? So I am just briefly taking you over the things that I'm going to explain, just superficially right now. And then if we talk about the deepfakes and the ethical erosion, you might have heard about the CEO fraud. This is, again, I'm going to talk about it in detail. You have to imagine getting a call from your boss, okay? And then it sounds completely like them. CEO fraud, we might have heard about it, that like your boss called you. It has the same stutter as your boss. It has the same same slang, it has the same tone, and they ask you to transfer $2 lakh, okay, because it's very urgent, and you do it. Ultimately, it turned out that it was artificial intelligence and it was not the boss. And this has already happened. So deep fakes, we are talking about the double-edged sword right now. These are being created, and in the cybersecurity, very important to tackle these things. Again, the poisoning attacks are possible. How the poisoning attack works, if the hacker attacks the AI itself, okay, we then call that poisoning. For example, I recently saw a reel on Instagram wherein we train our dogs to guard a house, right? So what happened? There was a burglar who was trying to get into the house, and the burglar offered treats to the dog. It happened 2, 3 times. Then the dog felt that whenever this person comes, it gives me treats. So what happened? Uh, you trained you trained the dog to bark at the burglar, but the burglar sneaks in and trains the dog that burglar gives treats. So what happened? That's poisoning. Hacker has done what? It has poisoned the AI, the data. It has poisoned the data your AI learned from. Okay. So in the context of cybersecurity, what can happen? This was with respect to the reel that I saw. But in context of cybersecurity, your hacker can teach that the AI that a virus is actually a safe file. All right, we will talk about it in a little bit detail. Uh, when it tells the AI that a virus is actually a safe file, your artificial intelligence does not just fail. It's not a simple fail. It will open the door for the attacker, right? It's not only failing, it's opening the door for the attacker. Now let's come to the ethical frontiers. That is the first thing that I'm going to talk about in detail. First of all, AI is often wrong. We know that. But the problem is that it's not equally wrong for everyone. So the bias. I am very sure that people might have talked about bias. Can anyone just sum it up for me? What you know about bias, so that I can gear my talk in that direction. Okay. Okay. So we are going to talk about the bias that exists in the AI algorithms. Right now, we are living in an algorithmic world where everything is decided by the algorithm. What you see on your phone, okay, what is suggested to you, what is recommended to you, what you hear, everything is algorithm. So we're living in an algorithmic world. When we are living in an algorithmic world, the bias in that algorithm is a huge concern for, especially for the cyber security researchers. Let's talk about the inequality that I noticed and I also work on. When the AI cannot see us all, okay. So this is a study. It's a very good research that was conducted by Joy Belomini, and she was, I guess, an MIT researcher, and she revealed something, and I have taken some pictures from her thesis, and it's easily available. You can just go through this. She revealed that uh, something that's very alarming, because she was working on the facial recognition systems and found that the very same technology that is currently being used by the governments, by the police departments, and major corporations do not see everyone equally. You see that we are using facial recognition systems everywhere. Even on LinkedIn, if you upload your resume, that resume does not directly go to a human HR. It is first, and a lot of companies, that is first analyzed by the AI, by a facial recognition system. Like you are uploading a video resume, and that entire resume is being analyzed by an artificial intelligence facial recognition system. So what can happen if that facial recognition system is not seeing all of us equally, or it is for example, for what Joy saw in her research was that it was for the men, the facial recognition system that is being used by all of these systems, the accuracy of these systems was nearly perfect for white men. But for dark-skinned women, that is, it's a complete opposite. White men, the accuracy was very nice, but whites opposite dark, men's opposite women. For dark women, the error rates were massive. Okay, that is what she did. And in some cases, she also realized that the system was not registering their faces at all. You see here that this she has put in her thesis as well, that the facial recognition system for the person of this ethnicity is saying the photo you want to upload does not meet our criteria because the subject's eyes are closed. You see, the facial recognition system that was being used by the major organization fails to recognize a person from a specific ethnicity or a specific region, which is very concerning. So the path forward is that we have to use diverse and representative data sets. If something is being used somewhere that you cannot, as it says, that the data set should be of the people and for the people, and no prediction without representation. If there is no representation of me in your data set, then the system that you're developing should not be used on me altogether, right? And what is the impact of this? Can you think of the impact? Because it does not stop there. It has got a huge impact. We are only talking about facial recognition systems, but the impact it's huge. This bias is coded directly into the system, right? If we said that these facial recognition systems were used by the police department, they were used by other government organizations, they were used in schools, they were used in for giving the jobs, then you have to think what all it can do. For example, if you think about policing, right? Studies have shown that these systems routinely misidentify people of color. Okay, like someone has done nothing, but they misidentify them, specifically Black women, as per Joy. So we have seen cases where innocents have been arrested simply because the AI got it wrong. Again, in schools throughout the world, the bullying things have happened, and the surveillance systems in the schools, what they did, that they disproportionately flag brown and Black students for suspicious behavior. Because see, these facial recognition systems, for them, a normal expression on a Black person's or a brown person's face may look like angry, while as an angry expression on a white person's face, it may read it as normal. So that is how these things create the problem. And then it's also going to affect the economic, these things, when you are bringing bias into the algorithm that runs the world, that is definitely going to have the economic impact as well, because as I said, that if it is going into the into job for giving out the jobs, then that is going to have we are definitely going to lose opportunities. The genuine people, the are going to lose on a lot of opportunities, and that is what it is. So the core issue is that the technology is not neutral. Okay. Then we move on to the next thing, which is the predictive optimization. We are talking about the ethics right now. So we just saw that how AI can fail to see as they are, right? There was an innocent guy, an innocent Black man or an innocent Black woman, and it was misidentified as a criminal. There was a student doing nothing in the school, but then that student was identified as doing nasty things. That is one thing, the bias. Then it is the predictive optimization. It gets more troubling, because what it is doing, it's not only trying to misrecognize things, it is trying to predict the future. Okay, predict the future. That means what it can do. When we are looking at predictive optimization, that means like it can forecast things like who will succeed in school, who is likely to commit a crime, who deserves medical treatment, who should get a life-saving organ. This is predictive optimization. That is, we say that with AI, we can do all of these things. Okay. But what is the fact? You might have noticed it for the last 5 days. AI cannot predict the future. It only reads the history and detects the patterns in that past, right? And when you have a pattern from the past, we just realize that that pattern have got, they carry all the biases, they carry all the inequalities of the society that produced them, because the facial recognition system that we just talked about was created by some person, okay, or a team, and that was biased towards a specific community. So it was all biased towards that community, right? So how can we say that we will create the predictive optimization will be possible? It is not possible until and unless we have removed all the biases and the inequalities from there. Okay, let me take an example of this. We have spoken about this, the UK liver transplant matching. What they did, they used predictive optimization in order to identify. This was used in NHS in order to give the livers to patients. So they use predictive optimization in this. And what was seen is that instead of fairness, the system that they developed on predictive optimization that consistently disadvantaged younger people. That means because of this system that UK's hospitals were using, the younger people who would have gained better longer term gains were not given livers because the system favored the old people. So what happened in 2018, the UK introduced the Transplant Benefit Score, TBS, and it was designed to estimate how much extra life each patient would gain from receiving a liver transplant versus not receiving one. And up to this point, it sounds reasonable, but since it was built on predictive logic, the predictive logic was that the benefit is equal to, you see the first line, the transplant benefit score is equal to the 5-year survival gain. That is, 5-year survival gain was calculated like future survival with transplant minus future survival without it. Future survival with transplant minus future survival without it. The outcome, however, was startling because uh, despite the fact that the younger patients having longer potential lifespans, the algorithm ended up favoring older patients. Why? Why did this happen? Can anyone tell me? When it is calculating, the predictive benefit is equal to the future survival with transplant minus future survival without transplant. It identified that it was favoring older people, although it should have favored younger people, because if a younger person got the transplant, uska gain zyada hota. It would have lived more years than an older person. But even then, the system favored older people. Can you tell me why? What happened? Anyone? Okay. So it's because older patients were predicted to die sooner without a transplant, right? Older people were predicted to die sooner without a transplant. So it made the TBS paradoxically higher for them. That is why we say that predictive optimization is something that is a threat, even bigger threat than the bias. And we do not stop at predictive optimization at this only. There are broader examples of where the predictive optimization can go wrong. Number one is the criminal justice compass. Again, as I spoke about it, there is racial bias, there is lack of contestability. Okay, because compass, it's very famous. It was used to predict who might reoffend. Okay, but the problem with this compass again was that it flagged Black defendants as high risk while giving white defendants the benefit of doubt. The compass algorithm was again biased towards the white people and was it was not good about this. Yes, Dr. Antim Dev, uh, please Please speak, sir, because I am unable to see this screen.
Ma'am, I think by mistake he raised his hand because the moment I tried to give him mic permission, he lowered his hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please let me know if anyone has any questions. Thank
Sure,
you.
ma'am. I'm
Yes, thank you so
I'm
much. Thank you.
connected.
Likewise, we have the predictive optimization that's happening in healthcare, and the case that we are talking about is Optum. It used healthcare spending as a proxy for need. Okay, what was the result? The Black patients who historically had less access to expensive care were systematically under prioritized for additional support. Again, hiring we have spoken about, and then education. Again, dropout prediction. It models sometimes they led schools to unfairly intervene with students before they even had a chance to prove themselves. So when we are bringing artificial intelligence into crucial sectors like police, like government, like education, like healthcare, and then we are using artificial intelligence methods like predictive optimization, and because the data sets are already biased, what the ultimate output is not right. So we need to do something about this. What can we do about it? I've spoken about it. I've spoken about the compass, so I'm going towards this. We can't the things that we can't just add fairness constraints and fix it. We need to fix the math. Okay. uh, we know what is a bias, because the AI is finally making a choice. You have to give more choices to the artificial intelligence algorithm that is running behind in order to behave the way you want it to. You have to give more and more choices. So fairness constraint is not going to address the root cause of inequality, and data itself that drifts and contains hidden measurement bias. We have spoken about it. And predictive models, definitely they over promise and under deliver, and this is just a company tactic in order to get huge amounts of money. They always over promise and under deliver. And therefore, what should we do? First of all, whenever we are bringing artificial intelligence into any system, as I said in the very beginning, we have to bring the security into the front burner. We have to see what are going to be the ultimate, what are the ethical considerations of this, whether we have the representation of everybody in this or not. So we have to reassess the legitimacy before deployment, and we have to uh, simpler rules may serve us better, because if I talk about if I give you a simple positive example, during COVID-19, when vaccines were scarce, okay, governments didn't try to predict who would benefit most with an algorithm, right? They just gave vaccine to every single individual. It's a simple rule that whoever is above this age will get vaccinated. There was no predictive optimization there. Why? Because they understood that this is not the time that we can do this, because it would have definitely had negative effects if such games were being played at that time. So it is better to use simpler rules, and the lesson is very clear that AI predictions aren't neutral. I am very against the predictive optimization, because when we are looking into the predictive optimization, they quietly encode injustice unless we rethink where and how we use them. Okay. And then we have to talk about the data hunger versus privacy. I am just superficially, briefly going about privacy now. We have spoken about ethics, how we should be taking things, how there should be a representation of everyone in the data set that is being used to develop a system, how we should not be relying on the predictive optimization. And then we know the black box concept of artificial intelligence, right? So modern AI, that is the deep learning, right? That is like a brain. What happens with the brain? We know what goes in and what comes out, but we don't know how it was decided. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we say that we want to mimic the human behavior. But what does mimicking the human behavior mean? Anyone? Okay. So mimicking the human behavior. Yes, yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
It's just that the way human mind analyze things and do the same thing machine is doing, so mimicking the human behavior.
Correct, but that is right. But the point is, like, when, for example, the first bot that was created in the domain of games, it was created for chess, and they finally defeated Gary Kasparov. Right? If I want to create a bot that is going to defeat the chess champion, I need then, as per when we say that artificial intelligence mimics the human behavior, I want to defeat Gary Kasparov. That means I need to think like Gary Kasparov. Think like Gary Kasparov means we need to mechanize Gary Kasparov's thought process. That means when Gary Kasparov saw that this is the state of the chessboard right now, and I need to make a move. What move should I make? Then Gary Kasparov thought, and it thought something and it made a move. If we ask Gary Kasparov himself to mechanize the thought, what happened in your brain and how you reached to this conclusion that you have to move this piece, no human in the world can explain why they reached that decision and how that thought was created that this should happen. Okay, so the problem is that we know the input, we know the output, but we don't know how that decision was reached. That is exactly what we do in artificial intelligence. We don't think like humans, we act rationally, right? If we go to the basic definition of artificial intelligence, we speak about thinking like humans, acting like humans, think rationally, act rationally, right? Then we stop at act rationally, right? So what I'm trying to say is that when we say that we don't know how you reach to that conclusion, how you decided that you are going to do this. Now, if we connect it to security, if an AI fires you, okay, there was a system, artificial intelligence system established in your office, and it has fired you for security violations. And you ask why, okay? Again, I'm repeating that in your office, there is a system, uh, like surveillance system, which monitors you, and it fires you for security violations. Okay, then you have the right. You ask, why did you fire me? Right? The answer that would be given to you would be, the computer said so. Right? This is an ethical nightmare, and it definitely it does happen at the airports a lot when the system says that your face is not matching. What can you do at that point? Because you say that, why my face is not matching? I this is me. I am a real person. I am genuine. I have done nothing. They say the computer is saying so. You are not matching. You are not matching. So you have to take this line and go this and go there and do this and do that. So that is an ethical nightmare we have to talk about. We have to also talk about this, the privacy paradox. For example, to catch a thief, AI watches often needs to watch everyone, right? So when we talk about privacy, because the AI has to look at everyone in order to catch a thief, but when we speak about privacy, it should look at no one, right? So that is a paradox there. And again, AI is data hungry. It needs a lot of data in order to help you with something. For example, if you want artificial intelligence to help you in writing an email, then it has to read all your emails. It has to check your location. It monitors your keystrokes, okay, to ensure that you are not a hacker in your office. If they want to use artificial intelligence for securing the network, then they have to analyze everything about the employee, like how they do the keystrokes, right? How you write the email, what is your location. So privacy is no concept right now. So we say that, where does the security end and the surveillance begins? We have to look into that. That is the employee privacy right I was talking about, and we call it the panopticon effect. Panopticon effect is that, just a second, okay. When the employees know that AI is analyzing their sentiment, okay? what sentiment, whether they are angry, whether they are tired, whether they are sad, whatever they are. If you are working in a very in an office where the confidentiality matters a lot, so they will be monitoring everything about you, all of your emotions, because the insider attacks, as cybersecurity researchers, you might know that most of the attacks, like 70-80% of the attacks, are always insider attacks. So in order to use artificial intelligence in cybersecurity, you have to analyze the insiders more in order to be secure. So when these employees know that every sentiment is being analyzed, their keystrokes, their breaks, their everything, they stop acting normally. They don't know how to act normally. Okay. So it creates a culture of fear. And plus, there are inference attacks. Inference attacks, like even if I delete your name from my database, an AI can analyze your typing speed and browsing history and figure out who you are. So it's not that you are being identified with your name. Your behavior itself is telling the AI that it is you. So again, that is the privacy issue. And it can even guess your medical condition based on the amount of monitoring that it performs on you every day. I am briefly going to go. So we, up to this point, we spoke about the ethics. We spoke about some of the privacy concerns. Now I'm going to like very briefly go over to the solutions that we can have. And these are all open, all of them in infancy. Like you can take up any of these questions and start. Like if you are an MTech student or a PhD scholar in your first year, you can take up any of these. And these are very good things to work on, and they're definitely going to help the entire community. So first of all, the solution that you can look at is the federated learning. Federated learning, like this is a hope that we can look at. For example, what if we have to explain this to a layman, like in this call, we are some 200 people, and if we have to find out the average salary, okay, of this group. But the problem is that no one wants to say their salary out loud. Okay. So what we do, federated learning means that everyone will whisper their salary to a secret algorithm. And that secret algorithm ultimately will only reveal the average and never the individual member. Okay, so that is federated learning. Federated learning in the domain of networks and systems, we say that the data never leaves your phone, but the AI still learns. Okay, so when that happens, the things that we discussed till now, the privacy issues get resolved to a great extent. So this is the future of privacy, the federated learning. Then, very briefly, liability. Who's going to pay for this? Okay. Uh, Again, we'll talk about it in just 5 minutes. Um, Again, who takes the blame when the AI fails? Like your artificial intelligence system, it just got an innocent man arrested. It rejected a topper because that topper was a brown woman, and it caused a lot of other troubles. So, for example, if you have an autonomous vehicle running on the road and it causes an accident, okay, it hits someone, who will be responsible for that? Will it be the driver of the car? Will it be the manufacturer or the software coder? That is the liability of AI who is going to this. So if a cybersecurity AI accidentally blocks a hospital network to stop a virus, okay, but patients die because the systems went down, who is liable? So currently, if we have to answer that, there is a responsibility gap. Okay, the law is struggling to catch up. You can't sue a robot. That is where we are right now. But then some of the countries are taking the lead in this. That how do we fix this? Because right now there is nobody who you are going to hold responsible for when AI fails. Europe is leading the fix with the EU AI Act. So they categorize the AI by risk. GDPR and EU. Okay, the categorization is that they look at the unacceptable risk, they look at the high risk, and they look at the limited risk. Again, you have the right to explanation. Under the GDPR articles, you have 13 to 15. The users must be informed about the existence of automated decision making, meaningful information about the logic involved. As I said, that you have been fired because the security system said so. You have to come out of the line because the system said so. That is not going to happen as per these articles. You need to give the meaningful information, as Dr. Sonia was talking about the explainable AI and all, and the significance and envisaged consequences. What happened? So these are there. How much they are implemented, that's a different story. Again, as I said, the EU Act, again, it has got three categories under which it works. The unacceptable risk, it works on social scoring, and high risk, and then limited risk. And then we are briefly going to discuss some of the real world case studies. First is the Microsoft tape, where the data poisoning happened in real time. So if you might have heard about what happened in the Microsoft 8 was, it's a chat bot. It was released on Twitter. Okay. So what was the attack? First of all, it was designed to learn from humans. It was a chatbot on Twitter to learn from humans. Within 16 hours only, internet trolls fed it toxic data. Okay, a lot of toxic data was fed to Tay. And Tay, the output was that Tay went from saying, first it was saying humans are cool, and after 16 hours, it was saying, it was spewing racism. So within 16 hours, the people fed it toxic data, and it went from respecting everyone to spewing racial slurs, okay? And for denying the Holocaust and everything. So Microsoft had to kill it immediately. After 16 hours, Microsoft Tay was killed because of the data poisoning that happened in real time. Then you might have heard about SolarWinds. This was a massive hack. What happened that the attackers didn't break in anywhere. They hid inside a trusted software update, and the AI defense systems didn't spot it because they were taught that trusted vendor is equal to safe. As we also get a pop-up that, is this from a trusted source? If this is a trusted source, then it is considered to be safe. And that is what was taken the advantage of in case of the SolarWinds. The hackers used that trust against us. Okay. Then was the dark web. These are all real world use cases where a lot of money was lost. A lot of loss happened. So in the dark web, what happened? This is the researchers trained an AI solely on the dark web. Okay, on the dark web, so it spoke the language of the criminals very perfectly because the model was trained on the dark web. Okay. So it was great for police to understand hackers, to understand the modus operandi of the hackers because it was trained on dark web itself. But the problem was, what if this model leaks? Okay, then what you are doing, you are handing over a perfect master handbook on how to commit cyber crimes to the hackers. So that is something very scary. Then we are now going to discuss about some of the generative threats that happen. First of all, I want you to have a look at this. I want to bring your attention to perhaps the most visible and volatile arena where the generative AI is already reshaping our reality, which is the social media. In this GIF that I have included, you see that how terrifyingly easy it is to modify images, right? And in a matter of seconds, it is modifying them. It is completely changing the shape of this car, and then it is doing some unimaginable stuff, right? But what the thing is that if we ask a very critical question, what exactly is new here? Like, this is the generative AI content, right? But what is new here? It is AI that is being used in this, but bad actors with some skills or expertise in Photoshop have long had the ability to make almost anything, right? They would make anything look real if you had the expertise on Photoshop. When we are bringing artificial intelligence into the social media and into things like this, what has changed? Something has changed. Can anyone tell me? Firstly, what a graphic designer would do the same thing, right? They would be able to do this. But now when you have AI, you have got a lot of tools that can help you do this. So the thing that changed over the years is the cost. Okay. The
Urvashi ma'am
generate
has responded as crimes, ma'am.
Yes.
To your question, she is saying
Yes.
crimes. This
Yeah,
will
yeah, yeah.
lead to more number of crimes.
Correct, correct. But uh my yes, that is definitely so. I'm coming to that. What I was saying that when we have got, like, we are able to do this now with the help of artificial intelligence, but when artificial intelligence was not there, this was still possible with the help of Photoshop. The point is that with the advent of the generative AI, what has happened is that cost has reduced drastically. Okay. Uh, and it has introduced a new capability altogether. For example, so uh, first, for example, I will just explain this and maybe that will make it easier for you to understand. First is the disinformation. It was recently happened that the Pentagon explosion hoax, and I guess that it happened just 2 years back. And this is often cited as the prime example of AI disinformation. And what happened that an AI image, this was an AI generated image, it was circulated claiming the Pentagon had been bombed. Okay, the Pentagon had been bombed, and it caused a brief panic and even caused the stock market to dip before it was debunked by the fire department. The fire department came and it said that this is not right, and this is a disinformation that has happened, and so on and so on. Okay. If you look closely at this image that was circulated in order to cause panic among the masses and also cause the stock market to crash, a single image did that, and it was an AI generated image just 2 years back. If you look at this image, it is quite unsophisticated. It has weird artifacts. And if you even look at the fence bars, they blur into one another. Okay. What is the real issue here? The real issue is that generative AI, again, was not a prerequisite for this hoax. Even if generative AI was not there, they could have used some previous image about a real bombing and said that Pentagon was bombed, right? What was the real hoax? Because, for example, a malicious actor who wanted to create this hoax could have just paid a digital artist for 10 minutes and they would have created a better image than this. Or as I said, that they could have used a real image of real fire that had happened in the past. The hoax did not succeed. As I said, that fire department came in and they said that this is wrong. It didn't succeed because of the graphics. It succeeded because the hoaxer had a blue tick. Okay, it had a blue tick mark on the Twitter. The person who posted this had a blue tick. And that is why the panic spread. That is why the stock market crashed. And it wasn't because the AI content was generated. So this is where the security researchers who are working on this has to come in. What I want to say is that the conclusion is that what we are blaming in the last few days, we are blaming the generative AI. That is okay. The images, it is very easy to create any type of content that you want right now. It is very easy to do anything, but that is not the reason always for the crime that is happening. That is not always the reason for the hoax that happens. In this case, the problem was that Twitter lacked the basic feature that it should have had there. Like, it was a failure of the Twitter platform, not a failure of artificial intelligence. It is just giving you the platform that we are using, the social media platforms that we are using, they lack the basic security features. There should have been a counter speech onto this. If the Twitter was working perfect, was working fine, or was taking into consideration the security measures, there should have been a counter speech under this image that said that this is AI generated and it seems like a hoax. But that did not happen. So we are blaming, we are not always blaming the right thing. Again, what happens because of the artificial intelligence in cybersecurity is spear phishing. I'm trying to tell you what is happening in social media, with the generative AI content, what is happening and what we should be looking at. Spear phishing and Darkbird. We just spoke about Darkbird, that it is allowing you to create the phishing emails within seconds, and that. So what is spear phishing? I have given an example there as well. So this is like highly personalized message, okay, that targets individuals and makes it appear that the message is coming from a credible source or a trusted source, okay, like it's coming from your bank, it's coming from your boss, so that you go ahead with this. It's coming from your educational institute, it's coming from your teacher. They look very, very real, right? Now, if we speak about this for just 2 minutes, uh, it is true that these large language models, which are analyzing everything, your Twitter, for example, they analyze your LinkedIn, and then they target you. Okay, they see what all you need, where all you have been. They identify the locations that, for example, I put in my location that I am currently here and I am visiting this and I am doing this. And someone wants to send me a phishing email. So they analyze my LinkedIn and then they send me an email that we are very pleased that you are here working with this. So we want to do this. So for that, you should do this and that and that. So that is spear phishing. They analyze you first, and then they send you the very highly personalized email. But what I want to bring up here is that we all have heard about it, and we know the solution to this, that whenever we want to put something on Instagram or LinkedIn, we should do that after some time. That is, when that time has elapsed, only then you put in the pictures, only then you put in something so that you are not traceable in real time. That is not what I want to bring it here. I want to bring up that uh, where the common analysis of the spear phishing often gets wrong. So most discussions about this assume that the moment a user clicks a link or opens an attachment, the attack is successful, right? They say that don't click on the link, you will be attacked and everything will be hacked and something. However, that assumption hasn't been true for the last 15 years, okay? Because we have got a lot of layers of defense that go beyond the text of an email. Okay, first, modern operating systems have robust predictions, and those protections, they kick in if a user tries to execute a file downloaded from the internet. That is first thing. That is when you try to click on a link, the operating system helps you, save you. Okay. Second, the web browser itself. They have been deploying sophisticated phishing protections since the mid 2000s. Okay. And then furthermore, the emails that you get, that they send you, might not ever reach the victim. Okay. So I said that there are three things that are already in place. And since last 15 years, number one is your operating system that will not let you, get trapped so easily. Second is your web browser. Again, they have got some sophisticated phishing protections. Then is your email, whatever email you're using, they have, most of the phishing emails might never reach you at all. So AI, when we spoke about spear phishing, they can vary the text of an email and they can create personalized emails like this that I have put on in the screenshot. And uh, they have done that, and then they will try to fool the spam filter, right? We get a lot of emails in the spam. So the hackers will try to fool your spam filter so that it gets into your inbox. it cannot hide the metadata. First thing, okay, whatever they do, they can try to fool the spam. They cannot hide the metadata. Okay, so detection methods that are in place, they analyze the characteristics of the sender, the server reputation, the technical payload, uh, like the attachment or the link itself. So it is not only the attachment that your protection system is looking at, it is looking at all of these things. So the reality is this, that the bottleneck for bad actors has not changed. The hard part is not generating the malicious content. So this malicious content they have generated. The hard part is distributing it to the people without getting blocked, because a lot of security protections are already in place. So what the rogue players have to work on is not, this is not an issue for creating this phishing email. How not to get blocked is an issue for them. And how to make them even more stronger is a task for us. Okay, so uh, again, because we have already effective defenses that make the distribution hard, I doubt that spear phishing will become radically more effective just because of generative AI. The best strategy here is simply to continue shoring up the defenses we already have. So spear phishing and dark spear phishing, बहुत हम सुनते हैं इसके बाद, we hear a lot about spear phishing, but I don't think that it is going to be more effective because of the generative AI, which is our topic. Spear phishing is not going to be that successful. And then we have the dark bird. What happened in the dark bird? I want to just go in a little bit technical detail of this. Ma'am, please let me know when you want me to stop, because my half of my presentation is still yet to be completed. Whenever you tell me, I will just stop, because I don't know, I have less
Ma'am,
time.
you can take it
Till
till
when can I
6:30,
continue?
ma'am. No problem. 6:30, 6:40, no problem. 6:30 would be fine, ma'am. After that, we have at 7:30 we have tests for them, assessment test.
Yeah.
So
Okay, okay.
6:30, 6:35, no problem. 15 minutes more.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. So with the dark bird, what happened? As I said, that they trained the model on the dark web, and they learned the slang of the hackers in order to understand the modus operandi, etc. What was the threat? If a hacker uses this dark bird, right, they can automate spear phishing. Hmm? Because usually writing a personalized email will take you 20 minutes. With AI, a hacker can scan your LinkedIn, they can scan your recent tweets, your company news, and generate like 1,000 highly personalized emails. That's there. There is one implication, that bad grammar clue is gone. In the olden days, we would say that there would be a little grammatical mistake in the email, and you would say that this is spam. Now there is no point of that. It's not going to happen, because it's the AI generating it, and everything is going to be 100% correct. So that bad grammar clue that we used to talk about, is that isme ye hoga, spelling mistake hoga, wo hoga, that's completely gone. So we are entering an era of perfect infinite lies. Okay. And however, while AI might not break phishing defenses, it does enable other types of malicious uses that are far harder to stop. Okay, we are going to talk about that. That brings us to non-consensual. Uh, these are the real dangers where generative AI is very dangerous. The defenses that we have in place are weaker. We do not have strong defenses. This danger is new. The things that I'm going to talk about now, these two things, and the defenses are weaker. That is the non-consensual intimate imagery, NCII, and voice cloning. As I said, that with spear phishing, that is very old, and the defenses are like from mid 2000s, and the protection systems, like we have got threefold, fourfold defense mechanisms everywhere, and those defenses are coming up every day. So if you want, if you are an early researcher, better it would be better for you not to go in that direction, spear phishing, because a lot has been done already. It is better to go in this direction, which is NCI and voice cloning. Which is like, if we talk about non-consensual intimate imagery, what is happening here is that we are not just talking about general AI generated pornography. Okay. Because in AI generated pornography, what happens is that it does not depict real people. And it is often permitted in specific online communities. Okay. We have talked about deep fakes, that is, images and videos created without consent uh, to violate specific individuals. So we are talking about deep fakes here. Okay. If I want to give you the sense of the scale, as far back as 2019, 96% of deepfakes shared online were pornographic, and over 90% of the victims were women. Okay. And in the past, the malicious actors needed Photoshop skills. As I said, that what we are doing right now, it is the AI generated content everywhere, but it's not that it was not possible earlier. It was possible earlier with the help of the expertise of the Photoshop and everything. Right now, what is happening is that everything, the effort has reduced, the money that you have to spend on creating these has reduced. Uh, so that is the problem. Today, the barrier to entry has collapsed. Okay. So it is now possible to create high quality deepfake videos on a standard personal laptop. You can do that, right? So the damage here in case of NCII is very profound. And again, even if these images that are created for people, okay, they don't go viral. It's not necessary that they go viral. The emotional toll on the victim is massive, right? Again, we are also seeing these tools used for extortion, uh, which leads to significant financial and reputational damage. So we have social media platforms like NCII, Stop NCII, and they are working to remove this content. Uh, so if someone's non-consensual intimate image has been created, there is a social media platform which is called a Stop NCII, and it will remove the content for you. But again, the problem is that the speed of creation outpaces the speed of removal. So that is the problem. Again, it's not only our faces that are faked, it can be our voices as well. As I spoke about that CEO fraud that happened, again, we are seeing a sharp rise in voice cloning scams. These two are very dangerous and very good if we want to take them up for our research. The voice cloning scams, as I just said, that how is it going to happen? That you can read the slide and just listen to me how these are created. For example, the generative AI that you are working, it allows anyone to clone a person's voice, okay, using only a 1 minute recording. So if you have 1 minute recording of my voice, you can feed it into the system. There are a lot of them. You can just simply Google them, and a lot of such systems will come up. So the content creation is easy. Okay. Uh, Unsurprisingly, obviously, the scammers were early adopters of this voice cloning. So they impersonate your family members, your bosses, and create scenarios that feel incredibly urgent, right? And when this combination happens, that it is your close one, your relative, your son, your daughter, your boss, and so again, and then they demand some sort of an urgency. uh, it's very difficult, to bypass that, uh, to bypass that natural skepticism that happens, and the real world impacts then happen, as we all have heard about this amount of transfer. 220,000 euros were transferred, and again 21,000 Canadian dollars were transferred, and so the impact is huge. I've spoken about this, that he transferred like 220,000 euros to this Hungarian supplier that had used this. So again, what can we say that what can be the solution to this? First is, like we have talked about generic phishing emails. Uh, we have talked about NCII, and we have talked about deepfake voice. Unlike the generic phishing emails, the spear phishing that we talked about, these attacks, that is the deepfake voice and the NCII, they don't happen at a scale to be harmful. Okay, they only need to succeed once. एक बार successful होना है, right? Uh, while we are developing the technical defenses, like better call filtering, that is what we can work on. The most robust defense we currently have is education right now. That is being said that most robust is education, that we have to tell everyone that if someone calls you like this, you don't have to respond. We have to teach people that seeing isn't always believing, right? And hearing is no longer the proof of identity. This is something that we have to teach, but unfortunately that is not how we can do that. So the solutions that we work on, or you can also take up, first is the watermark AI generated content, that but you can watermark the content, but the problem is that that these watermarks, the hackers always find some way to do around the watermark. Okay, to they strip these markers out and work around them. Then the alternative approach is the classifier, that is you design a tool that is there to specifically detect whether a piece of content is real or synthetic, as Dr. Anup was talking about. Like he had a data set of the real and fake, and then it would tell you whether this is a real content or fake content, right? That is, you can have a classifier. Then you have fingerprinting systems, like instead of just looking for AI markers, like uh, these systems, the fingerprinting systems, they track known fake or deceptive media, okay, across platforms, and share that data with fact checkers. Okay, so a deep fake identified on one platform can be blocked on another. Okay, so if there is the fingerprinting platform, if it is identifying something as fake on Facebook, then that will be shared among all the platforms and it would be marked as fake on all the other platforms. So fingerprinting is something that we are using, and then definitely we are going to use policy, is something that we have to that we have to look at, because technology is not alone is not enough. We have to rely on the policymakers and the civil society groups to step in. A great example of this is the non-profit NCII, as I was talking about. It's a non-profit organization. So what it does is that when a victim's non-consensual intimate images were being shared, Facebook funded the technical infrastructure that allowed those victims to securely hash their images and have them taken down across multiple platforms. We need more such organizations and more such initiatives. So that is the model we need. So again, the solutions, as we discussed, are going to be these. Like we need this. That was about the malicious things that are happening on the social media. We can just quickly talk about the uh, synthetic media that isn't inherently evil. I'm going to take 5 more minutes and then maybe I will stop. Otherwise, there was a lot that I could still speak about, but it's okay. Like industries like video gaming, etc., they have been using it for years to build worlds. Okay, the synthetic media you see here. For example, consider the filters we use every day on Instagram, on TikTok, etc. Okay, so this is technically synthetic media. Okay, so with new tools from Google, you can now erase people from the background entirely, right? So this highlights a regulatory challenge. So there is no longer a clear line between a real photo and an AI generated content. Nahi ho sakta, that is not possible. So it has become a spectrum. And that makes banning things very difficult. You cannot ban things. So you have to now look at something else. Then there is art. We have the explosion of AI art, right? Uh, 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 with the help of the AI, this lowers the cost of the content creation. It brings up a massive labor issue, right? The artists, they are rightfully fearing displacement. We see everyone might have heard about that artists are very scared right now. So we have got Adobe's Firefly model, what it can do is that it is trying to solve the copyright issue by using licensed data, and they don't solve the core problem of human artists losing work that is there. So we also need to be careful about how we use these tools for good. Like, we have all of these tools there, right? But how do we use them for good? So we have got the Amnesty International. They recently used, this is the example from the Amnesty International, wherein they recently used AI images to illustrate police brutality in Colombia, arguing it protected the identity of real protesters, right? Like, these images, they are all AI generated, and there are no real protesters in this, in order to hide the real identities of the protesters. But what is the problem with this is that it backfired. The Amnesty International is a very big media agency. So how it backfired, that in the era where the trust in media is low, right? Using fake images to tell a true story hurts credibility more than it helps. So that is something. But we see that AI can also be a solution. So we saw two things, that when we are generating content with the help of AI, it can be a problem. We saw the problems. We saw NCII, we saw spear phishing, we saw voice cloning. Then we saw that we are also creating a lot of content without which the things are not going to work now. We have filters, we have art, we have this, we have that, and then the models are being created in order to help with the insecurities of a lot of people. Then we have to look at that the solutions are also coming from the AI. First is the counter speech. I talked about it, that uh, um, we are looking at here, what you are looking at is a pro-social chatbot. Okay. Uh, you have to imagine that your artificial intelligence that is working in the background of Twitter or Instagram isn't just blocking a toxic comment, but it is also explaining why it has blocked that. Okay. Uh, so it helps to de-escalate conflict with the help of counter speech. If you have counter speech everywhere, then that will help in de-escalating the conflict. So I am trying to work on this, that we need to have a counter speech everywhere. When you try to engage with any page, that usually turns out to be fake at the end. If the system where you are engaging with that fraud page gives you a counter speech that you are probably engaging with a fake page or with a fake person, the financial thefts that happen, they can be stopped. So counter speech can help with all of these things. Like, if there is a fake image somewhere, if the system has got a secure, a good social platform, social chatbot, that it can have a counter speech attached to it, and it will help in de-escalating. Likewise, conflict mediation and moderation can happen because of this. As, for example, it's saying that you are a content moderation system for a social media platform. This is some sort of a scuffle happening, and then the counter speech is saying that why it was removed and what happened and what not. Okay. Again, AI, very important. It is able to produce the personalized ads, like 1.3 million personalized videos for their someone. They had created 1.3 million. Karnava had released 1.3 million personalized videos for their past customers, including AI generated voice from a voice actor and animation of the specific car model they purchased, and other details like where the car was bought and what major world events took place around that time. That's not a joke. So it is creating things specifically for you. So again, where do we go from here? We have talked about it. I have to I right now I would go into the we would dive technically, like I would just touch how these things are done, or something, if I'm given time, or I can stop here. Dr.
Yes,
Shobha?
ma'am. I think we should. Yes, ma'am. I think we should conclude here, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll stop there. I will share my slides so that if someone is interested, then they might take a look at this.
Yes, ma'am, please. We definitely need that. And ma'am, you really articulated everything very nicely. The way you
Thank you very
explained
much.
the ethical concerns, the responsibility gap if AI fails, and the legal, social, and moral implications of AI. Everything you beautifully highlighted, the case studies which you took, And in a very simple way. Actually, I like the first example of yours also, the poisoning of the dog example which you took for explaining data poisoning. That was very simpler and very easy to understand things. So you took things, you brought things so nicely to us, and things were very clear. Thank you so much. That this was
Very much, ma'am.
actually the perfect concluding session we had, the last session from you, and thank you so much for accepting our invite and giving us this insightful session. Now I request the participants, if they have any query, they can put in the chat box or they can raise their hand so that I'll give you the mic permissions. Or you can also put your feedback in the chat box so that we can let ma'am also know that how you like the session. Ma'am Deepika Rana ma'am she has praised your
Oh,
session. The
thank you
session
so
was
much.
very
Yeah,
informative, and yes, Urvashi ma'am is saying it is an eye opener. Truly, that's true. That we learned lot many things that were eye opener, and yes, it's interesting, knowledgeable, very informative and helpful.
thank you very much.
It
Thanks a
was
lot.
actually very engaging. It's just that we have a time constraint that we requested you to stop, but
I'm
maybe
glad.
next time,
I'm glad.
maybe next
Much.
time
Thank you
again,
so
we
much.
will take that opportunity to have you. I
Yes,
think we
ma'am.
don't have any query. Yes, Sonia ma'am, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much for accepting our invite, ma'am.
Thank
It
you very
was
much for
really
having me, and it's really an honor. Thank you very much. And
same here, ma'am.
the
Same here.
title of this
It's
workshop is very good, and it's the need of the hour. So I would like to thank BCIIT for organizing this, and the incredible team that has been able to organize this, and everything was very nice, and everything was conveyed very smoothly. So I'm really very helpful to all of thankful to you, all of you. Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
ma'am, for
much,
your
ma'am.
support as well. Before we conclude our session, I would like to request our director, sir, to please share a few words. I think the director's mic is not working. Let me check the other account. Sir, I've given permission to your another account. We would love to have few words from your end as well. Sonia ma'am, please check once. If sir is having any technical issue, then
Yes, ma'am. Surely.
we'll try to sort that.
Surely.
As we are starting a valedictory session, and that session would be not successful if we don't start with our director sir words. So give us few minutes, and sir will join us soon. Maybe some technical
Hello,
glitch.
hello,
Yes, sir.
hello.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead, sir.
Sir has
Yeah, yeah.
joined.
Sorry,
Okay, ma'am.
sorry, ma'am.
Problem, sir.
Am I audible, madam, now?
Yes, sir. You're
Yes, sir. You
audible,
are
sir.
not.
Okay, thank you. Uh, Really, it was very nice session of madam. Thank you, madam. Uh, Good
Sir,
evening,
thank you
everyone.
very much, sir. Sir, this is an honor for me to have these words from you. Thanks a lot, sir.
We are honored, ma'am. You accepted our invitation and given such a informative session. Really, it was great. Thank you. And I think we will keep you bothering.
Be an honor for me, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So we are at the end of our 6-day faculty development program sponsored by AICTE. It was started on 5th to 10th January. We always try to arrange experts from the industry and the academics, and I think we succeeded on it. Why I'm saying? Because I got some feedback from the participants who are attending continuously this FDP. Now, I would like to thank all of our speakers who accepted our invitation and taken such a informative sessions. Next, I would like to thank all the participants for believing on us and registering and attending this FDP. At last, I would like to thank Dr. Shobha, Ms. Sonia, Mr. Sandeep, Mr. Amit, Mitinder, and all the staff members of BCIIT who contributed to make this FDP successful. My special thanks to AICT for giving us opportunity to hold this FDP. We are signing off with the hope that we will see you again with some new demanding new topic. A small announcement before we sign off. We have scheduled one international conference in the month of May 2026 where you will get chance to publish your work even in Scopus Index good reputed proceedings. The details will be out very soon and it will be shared with you soon. So this is all, and I request Shobha madam to continue with the session. Thank you. Thanks a lot, all the participants.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Without that, we couldn't have completed our valedictory session. So we have reached to the end of this 1 week Atal FDP that we conducted, and the very enriching 1 week FDP we are concluding today. So in the end, I take privilege to propose the vote of thanks as we have come to the end of this FDP. So, on behalf of BCIIT and the organizing team, I'm proposing this vote of thanks. First of and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished resource persons, Dr. A.K. Mohapatra, Dr. Indranath Chatterjee, Dr. Anurag Jain, Mr. Tanmay Sen, Mr. Angesh Vikram, Ms. Nidhi Grover, Mr. Tushar, Dr. Anup Girdhar, and Dr. Saeed Ramim Zara, who generously shared their expertise, their experiences, and insights throughout this week. Their sessions were not only informative but also highly engaging and thought provoking, making this FDP a truly success. It actually gave us an enriching academic experience, so we are very thankful to our distinguished resource persons. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our Honorable Director, sir, Dr. Ravi Sagar, sir, for his vision in promoting faculty development and professional growth. And he always help us, the faculties, to do such kind of things and keep doing such kind of things and promoting us for our professional growth. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to the efforts of Ms. Sonia Batra, the co-coordinator of the FDP, the technical team, Mr. Amit Srivastav, Mr. Mitender, the student coordinator, Ms. Haripriya from MCA first year, and the all-time support, Mr. Sandeep Jain and Ms. Pallavi Bhatt. And thank you all for being the strong pillars of the FDP. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the whole BCIT family, the management and the staff who were always there with us. Thank you for their constant support and their encouragement, which they always gave to us. My special thanks to all the participants whose active involvement, insightful questions, and enthusiasm made this FDP lively and successful. Finally, I would like to thank the Atal portal, the AICTE, and everyone who directly or indirectly helped us, supported us for organizing this FDP program. And thank you to all the participants. And we assure you that again, we will bring something good like this. We'll again bring the experts from various fields on the common platform, and we will have the same enriching sessions. So at this moment of time, I would the whole team would like to listen their feedbacks. So anyone who is interested or actually not interested, it's a humble request to you all to express your feedbacks. Please switch on your cameras or and mics so that we can get to know, because now we actually wanted to know the feedback from your end, the hard work which we did, how it went, how you felt, and any improvement you expect from our side. We will definitely work on that. So please, anyone who is interested, please raise your hand, or I would like to request Amit sir to give everyone the camera and mic permission, please.
Already given, ma'am.
One thing
Okay,
more,
thank you
ma'am.
so much, sir.
We would request all the participants to once switch on the mic, switch on the camera, so that we can have a photograph of everyone for the last day of the FTP. I would request all the participants to please switch on the camera.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was, I must say, the first time I've attended such a beautiful FTP which really shaped us.
Thank you,
you,
ma'am.
Urvashi ma'am. Shivali ma'am, your words will also matter for us.
I would request Amit sir to please take the screenshots when all the participants have switched on their camera.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a request to everyone. Please switch on their camera so that we can have a group photograph.
We can have the feedback from other participants also. We have provided the camera permission to all the participants. Thank you so much, everyone. Shobha ma'am, you can continue with it, I hope. Shobha ma'am, your mic is, I think, muted. Please check out once.
Okay. Okay. We have given the permission to everyone. Please, if anyone is facing issue with the camera, please rejoin. We'll be waiting for you. Mr. Nipendra, and I think few more messages we got that their camera is not, they are unable to open the camera. Please then rejoin, because that would really help you. Because we, from our end, we have already given the permission. Is anyone else is also facing a camera issue? Thank you, Dr. Yogini. Your feedback is very valuable to us. So please keep taking the screenshots. We are getting lots of messages, and those messages will be motivation for us to keep organizing such enriching sessions. I think for 2 more minutes, I think we should wait. If the camera issues of everyone has been sorted, then we can, maybe there is a laptop problem. Okay. Your mic is also not working, Nirpen sir. We would like to hear you. A few words from participants. Only Urvashi ma'am shared her feedback. Thank you, Bharat sir. Thank you, Manisha ma'am. Thank you, Khyati ma'am. And we'll keep updating you. A few of recordings we have already uploaded on YouTube. By Monday, the remaining videos will also be uploaded, so that you can anytime have those videos to revise your content. All the sessions were really good, so you can the videos are available to you, and the PPTs also by Monday will upload on the drive, and we'll share you the link so that you can have access to them as well. And once again, at 7:30, the test link will be active. So before that, ensure that you have checked your attendance, you have given the feedback, then only you will get the access to attempt the test. Thank you, Dr. Hidayat Thunisa. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name rightly. So please be careful that before attempting the test, that time should not be wasted, because that you will get only 1 hour for attempting the test. So in this half an hour, please ensure that your attendance you have checked, the required attendance you have completed your feedback form, and then after that, you can at 7:30 you can start attempting your test. I hope there is no query as well. Yes, after attempting the test, if you clear it, the percentage, 70% of marks you need to score, then immediately we'll get the certificate. Thank you, Sarika ma'am.
Shubha ma'am,
Thank you, Ishpal sir.
shall we do the feedback right now?
The feedback of yours or the feedback form on Atal portal? Yes, you can do
On
the feedback form.
Atal portal.
Atal
Yeah.
portal, yes, 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 absolutely. This half an hour
Okay.
is for completing your feedback only, so that you don't waste
Sure.
your time at 7:30. Please do
Sure,
But ma'am,
that.
the feedback form is also demanding the feedback for assessment. So how do we
Feedback.
give the feedback for assessment exactly?
Ma'am, you can also
Uh,
fill the feedback form after your test. It would be open after the test also. So the exact parameters it has for assessment and everything all. If you fill it out after your test, then also after filling out your feedback form, you will be getting your certificate immediately after filling your feedback form. Okay. So it is either way, you can fill it out before, like ma'am told you, half an hour given to you accordingly, and either after the test, anything.
But the certificate you will get only after completing all these, the feedback as well as test. Sure, Ujjwal sir. Thank you. We'll keep you updated. Thank you, Suman ma'am. Thank you, Kanimoji ma'am. Thank you, Kapil sir. I think, Sonia ma'am, shall we
Yes,
conclude
ma'am.
it? Or do we
Yes,
need to
ma'am.
wait for a few? Okay, okay.
And we can conclude it.
Thank you. Conclude it. Okay. Thank you once again to all the participants and to the organizing team. They were real a good sport. They allowed us to conduct this session so smoothly. Thank you, organizing team and the participants, for being there, for always staying connected, making this event so wonderful. Thank you so much. And we will surely do one more academic enriching session in near future. So thank you so much. Stay connected. Have a nice day and do attempt your test so that you can get your certificate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
ma'am.
Yes, you can leave. We are ending the meeting. Or if any issue you face while attempting your test, please message us. We are still available. Only the meeting we are ending, but we are still we'll still stay connected with you till you complete your test and get your certificates. You can DM me. The Sonia ma'am's number and my number is there in the WhatsApp group. You can check the WhatsApp group. The number is there. You can connect us with there.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. We can end up the meeting. We can end up the meeting. Thank
Sure.
you so
Amit sir,
much.
we can end the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shobha ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonia ma'am. Thank you, Amit sir. Just reminding you once again that in near future we are organizing our